Let's humble ourselves and pray. Almighty Father, we want to thank you for this day. We want to thank you for the entire conference that is going to take place here. We want to thank you for our invited guests and all the participants. We dedicate this day unto you, O Lord, that you may guide us through the Holy Spirit to have good deliberations that speak to our theme of judicial wellness, an effective tool for case management, effective case management. Our Father, we pray that as we embark on effective case management to reduce and clear backlog, the judicial officers and the judiciary staff will embrace judicial wellness to keep healthy. For this we have prayed in Jesus' mighty name. Amen.
Thank you so much, my Lord, for that morning prayer. My Lord Chief Justice, with your permission, without much ado, allow me proceed to invite the chair of the morning session, my Lord Honorable Justice Muzamiru Kibedi, Justice of the Supreme Court, to take a seat and take us through the session. My Lord, you're most welcome.
My Lord, the Principal Judge, in the interest of time, let me say protocol observed. Before you is the panel which is supposed to present on judicial wellness. The first one is Justice Oscar Kihika. He's a Justice of the Court of Appeal. Next to him is Justice Samuel Emokol, Justice of the High Court. Next is Ms. Susan Tashovia, counseling psychologist. Next is His Worship Godfrey Kawesa. He's the registrar, deputy registrar in charge of ADR, and is also a publisher. He's currently a member of the Global Judicial Support Network that contributed to the authoring of the Nauru Declaration on Judicial Wellness. And is also a former president of Bujowa. Next is Justice Elizabeth Jane Alviza. She's a judge of the High Court, Land Division, and the current president of the International Association of Women Judges, Uganda chapter. And the last one is Justice Olive Kazare Mukwaya, judge of the High Court, and the current president of Bujowa. Thank you. Our topic is judicial wellness. We are supposed to unpack it. As you've heard, nowadays the word wellness is on the lips of our leaders. Every gathering there is wellness. So this team is supposed to assist us unpack it, define it clearly so that it's very clear in our minds. Then they are supposed also to let us know what is the connection between judicial wellness and performance, because everyone is interested in results. Our clients, the public, our leaders, they're all interested in results. And then we shall also have some experience sharing and tips on how to improve our wellness. With those few opening remarks, I invite my team to start discussing, and the first question will go to our president of JOA. What is judicial wellness? Unpack it for us in simple terms.
Thank you, my Lord. Thinking about judicial wellness, my understanding is that it's a state where a magistrate, a registrar, or a judge feels safe, feels secure, and satisfied within his or her judicial role, physically, emotionally, mentally, and financially, my Lord.
Thank you, my Lord. How does judicial wellness impact on performance? Everyone is interested in results. How does it impact on results? How does it impact on performance? My Lord, Elizabeth Jane Alviza, kindly guide us.
Thank you, my Lord. With your permission, I would like to, in interest of time, just make a very short presentation on screen, because I think this is the crux of the presentation. If I can be allowed to project. As I start, IT. Judicial performance is the foundational enabler of performance. You cannot talk about performance without thinking about judicial wellness. Because it comprises of efficiency, speed, and the quality of justice delivered by courts. You cannot separate quality of justice from the well-being of those who deliver it. It is a pillar of judicial excellence. Let's talk about inefficiency. Once there's inefficiency, there's an increase in errors in the decision-making process, where even the public can identify and say, what was this judge thinking? We waste a lot of resources, we spend millions in resources, but too much effort is put into work with low returns. On speed, which is one of the elements of performance, there are low levels of energy. Everybody, if you greet anybody and ask them, they'll tell you, I'm tired. That is well-being. Lack of concentration, lower productivity due to chronic stress, burnout, and fatigue. This results into slow-making process. A judgment which would have taken you 3 days to write and deliver takes you months. That is well-being. Impact on quality of justice. High level of optimal well-being results into better, well-reasoned and fair judgments. Low levels of well-being leads to lack of empathy, impatience, rudeness, which are overall impacts on customer care and performance. A judiciary which is unwell is more vulnerable to external influences and breach of integrity. Therefore, the overall health of the judiciary is crucial for building public confidence. So healthy judiciary is seen as essential for upholding rule of law. So my message is that the high levels, optimum levels of well-being, the higher the performance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my Lord, for that message. A happy judiciary, happy services, happy performance, excellent performance. Good. What are the common causes of judicial unwellness. Your Worship, Godfrey Kawesa.
Thank you very much, my Lord Chair, my Lord Chief Justice, Your Worships. Good morning once again. Judicial wellness, finally, for the Uganda Judiciary. Very welcome. My Lord, you may recall that in 1776, the father of modern economics, Adam Smith, propounded the theory that one of the most important factors of production in an organization is the human resource. Yes, the Uganda Judiciary has put in place the hardware, like the buildings and all, but it had not given a lot of attention to the human resource. So the topic of wellness is welcome. Finally, we are realizing that we have to pay attention to the most important factor of production, which is the human resource. And when I look at other jurisdictions, the Caribbean Association of Judicial Officers had this to say, that judicial wellness and well-being is not only about the happiness of judges and the non-judicial staff, but also healthy judiciary systems, policies must be healthy. I came up with a paper. It has got 59 issues researched which affect wellness and therefore the performance of the Uganda Judiciary. Given the limited time, I cannot highlight them, but the paper I believe will be handed over to administration, and I pray that you conceptualize and contextualize it, and I know those recommendations, once taken in good faith, will turn around the judiciary of Uganda forever. But briefly, my Lord, the first issue affecting wellness of the judiciary is the continued marginalization of this arm of government in as far as the national cake is concerned. I'm talking budget, where Parliament is allocated 1 trillion shillings, about, in the previous financial year, with the judiciary at 440 billion shillings, and the rest are going to the executive. It means the judiciary cannot effectively execute her mandate of adjudication. And in my paper, I provide solutions. For every challenge, which challenges are divided into 3, governance and administration. Then we have behavior challenges and health-related challenges. I highlight a challenge together with a solution. The second one is lack of patriotism. My lords and your worships, some of us are not so patriotic. We don't, I must state, love the country that much. We don't love the judiciary that much. We cannot work without pay, without money. We cannot sacrifice. You see, my lords, it is said in Uganda, akwagala yakujjako ekiku, and nanyine mufu yakwata awawunya. My lord, this is what I'm talking about. It has never happened in the history of, I translate akwagala yakujjako ekiku, that when you have a bed bag on your shirt, the person who loves you is the one who is going to pluck it off. Not the one who is going to smile at you, sugarcoat. No, that's not Kawesa Godfrey. And I pray that we take this in good faith. Nanyine mufu yakwata awawunya, that the owner of the dead body is the one who, emblems and, touches in the wound. In the history of whatever in the judiciary, I've been here for 23 years. Never have I seen constructive criticism coming through. I've never seen it. It's the first time. And I pray that you take these views in good faith. In here, we need to adopt what is, to enact a speak-up policy, which is lacking. Because in the judiciary, when you air out your views and all, there is a danger of retaliation. And that is conduct which is prohibited under the United Nations. It includes bullying, discrimination, retaliation, and harassment, including sexual harassment. They are all highlighted in this paper. That is conduct prohibited. And where victims of such conduct should be compensated. Those are new principles that the judiciary can adopt. Then finally, and I don't have a lot of time, the the issue of accountability. My Lord Chief Justice and top management, there is a problem in the judiciary of lack of accountability. People are out there in the field boiling with issues, and they don't have where to vent these issues out. My Lord, you can emulate what other jurisdictions in the Commonwealth do. You have seen what happens in UK, my Lord. Question time for the Prime Minister. Every Wednesday in UK, the Prime Minister, people, the House, members of Parliament, will put questions to the Prime Minister, you know, that's accountability. Similarly, in the Uganda Judiciary, we are proposing, my Lord, humbly, that we get a day using ICT, maybe one day in a month, where all judicial officers all over Uganda put questions, you know, feedback from the field. I'm in Arua, I'm in Lira, where I know that day in a month, I will have, you know, to put my issue to top management. And top management will give me a response. You see, in that way there will be accountability, there will be ownership of the judiciary, and work will flow. Then, my Lord, the other one is fear. My Lord, there is a culture of fear in the judiciary. People don't want to speak because they will be transferred to remote areas. People, they will not be promoted. They will not, you know, fear in the judiciary. That culture, my Lord, in the books here I talk about it, how to overcome it. The other one is a militaristic work environment of orders, you know. Yes, because we have the standing orders. These ones were imposed onto us by the colonialists. The time has come for us to migrate from that and adopt persuasive leadership styles. You know, Kawesa, I'm transferring you to Karamoja. Yes, come to my level. Let us have a dialogue. Yes, you go work there for two years, you know. After that, you'll come out and maybe work here. Like, you know, let us have a conversation. But what is obtaining at the moment, you don't have any input in transfers. We don't have policies, you know, like a detailed deployment policy that you know, and that is a thorn in the flesh of the judiciary. We don't have a human resource manual, you see, with all these policies of discipline, transfers, promotions. That's another thorn in the top of the judiciary, stagnating. See? Yes. Then, my Lord, in as far as health is concerned, my Lord, there are a number of interventions we can put in place, and I know you find them in my paper. But, my Lord, I would recommend that we come up with a wellness policy for the judiciary. I beg to submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Worship. You know, Your Worship is a man from the front line. He's one of our frontline soldiers, so he has his ears on the ground. So when he's talking about certain things, it's usually from direct evidence, what he has had out of interacting with our frontline soldiers, foot soldiers, and he's also a researcher, so that's why I gave him that time and that particular aspect of this presentation. Thank you. Now, let's go to the counselor. What are the warning signs that perhaps this particular judicial officer is tending towards unwellness? What are the warning signs of judicial unwellness?
Thank you so much, my Lord. There are a number of signs that one can look out for as you are carrying out your judicial duties. And as my colleague has just mentioned, fear as one of the things that some officers are facing out there in the field as they execute their duties. Fear causes a lot of many challenges. For example, anxiety. Anxiety is simply excessive fear and worry. If an officer is not able to air out their grievances, they are not comfortable with what is going on in their area, that is going to cause a lot of fear and will pull back, will not be able to speak out. And if they don't, that impacts on their well-being, and their productivity is definitely going to go down, because they are not free to express and argue out their points. It causes them nervousness. Of course, that also tends to push someone into anxiety issues, and anxiety is rated as one of the common mental illness that is commonly faced by people in the workplace, as World Health Organization has contributed anxiety as one of the challenges that are faced, that are leading people in the workplace to get anxious and get anxiety disorders. There's loss of pleasure. If someone is not well, they will lose interest in what they are doing. And even though you facilitate them, you expect them to be productive and handle their cases well, they will not be productive. And every year you'll come back and review, and you find that actually there's nothing that is being done, and that is as a result of unwell-being. There's also change in sex drive. This is on a personal level because of the kind of pressure you are working under, or the kind of challenges you're faced as judicial officers. It affects your personal life, and you find that even from work, you cannot be productive in your personal life, and this may affect your family duties as an individual, and you find that someone's sex drive is going down. There's also avoiding others. Someone starts becoming avoidant. You do not want to interact with other people. You don't want to be seen anywhere because your stress levels are high, or there's something you're avoiding. And so that isolates you as an officer and impacts on your wellness. There's also lack of change in appetite. And here we are looking at things that easily affect you as an individual, because if you're not well, you're not going to be productive. And at the end of the day, if they are evaluating you or appraising you, you're facilitated well, why is your production very low? This is due to what you're experiencing at a personal level. So before we believe that individual well-being or personal wellness starts with you as an individual, even before you look at what the institution is giving you or what is in place to support your wellness, what are you doing within your mandate? Because these are things that are within your control, and what is out of your control, you may not do much. So as you wait for the judiciary to put in place the wellness policies and other strategies to support you as staff, you need to do some things on your own and look out for those signs that are warnings, a warning to you that your mental health is not okay, your physical health is not okay, your financial wellness is not okay. Restlessness is another sign. Lack of keeping, someone not keeping appointments. You're given an opportunity or you're called to do something, you're always late. That could be a sign of unwellness. Feeling slow, you slow down in whatever you're doing, your energies are low. That could be a sign of unwellness. Lack of motivation, and so many other things we can think about. When you find that your emotional wellness is not okay, you cannot manage your emotions. Every time something comes up, you lose your temper, and everyone is tagging you or labeling you some names because they know every time you ask something, you run out of control. So when something like that is happening, you need to check your wellness and know that you are sitting on a time bomb. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. It's important to recognize the signs and symptoms of unwellness at an individual level. That we can pay a very high price if we don't recognize those signs and symptoms. My Lord Oscar Kihika, kindly share your experience on failing to recognize the signs of unwellness.
Thank you very much, my Lord Chair, my Lords, ladies and gentlemen. When we were preparing this presentation, I thought it was necessary to have a test case. And mine is a real life story of what happened to me as a result of ignoring the signs that were right in front of me. Sometime towards the end of August in 2017, I suffered a stroke. The kind of stroke I suffered is called, from the medical teams, is called an ischemic stroke. There are two kinds of stroke. There's an ischemic stroke, and then you've got an hemorrhagic stroke. Mine was an ischemic stroke. What is an ischemic stroke? It's where the blood vessels to the brain are blocked, and the blood supply to the brain is interrupted, and your brain cells start dying. And for every minute that your brain cell is not fed with that blood, you've got 1 to 2 million blood cells that are actually dying off. The hemorrhagic stroke, on the other hand, is where you have vessels that supply blood to the brain that burst, so you get a brain bleed. Fortunately for me, that was not the case. A hemorrhagic stroke is more serious than an ischemic stroke. Not that the effects are unfortunately the same. How did it unfold? The day I got the stroke, started off like any other day, and I was very healthy. It just so happens, as I will inform you later on, I had several responsibilities. On this occasion, I recall that I had to appear before the commercial court for a case at around midday. But at about 11:30, I got a call from the Secretary General. At that time, as you all know, I was the Director Legal NRM. So I got the call from the Secretary General that the Chairman, His Excellency, required presence at 2:30. So that meant that I had to inform a rather irritated client that I was not able to attend to his affairs in the commercial court. Anxiety. Then I had to go for this meeting. We went for this meeting, and we're in that meeting from 2:30 up until 10:15 in the night. We didn't even finish the business of the meeting. And it was adjourned to, it was a Wednesday, it was adjourned to Friday. So I drove back home, reached home at 11 o'clock. There's a reason why I'm giving you these timelines, because I'm alive and speaking to you today because of God's intervention. So I arrived home at about 11:05 that night. And as I sat down, greeting my wife and all that, I checked on my phone to see what was happening. When you're in those environments, you're not allowed to have your phones. So as I was checking out my phone and the messages, this phone felt as heavy as a brick. And suddenly my arm went down, and I was confused. What was happening was that I was suffering, these were the beginning or the initial stages of what they call a transient ischemic stroke. That was the first sign that I was suffering a stroke, but I didn't know. Then after about maybe 30, 40 seconds, I was able to pick up the phone. But while I was able to do that, then I got a headache in my in my left side of the brain. And at that point, at that point then I recalled, I said, oh, I have not taken my high blood, my pressure medicines. So I went to the kitchen, took my drugs, and when I came back to sit down in the chair, it hit me again. I couldn't lift up my right hand. And then in that time, my wife, who was not feeling too well, she had just overdosed herself on Piriton. She had a cold. She asked me to help her get the remote from the TV across the sitting room. And at that time, then my hand, happened to get operational again. So I was able to stand, And then when I was walking towards the remote is when it hit me again and I collapsed. I fell on the floor. And she said, "Eh, sweetheart, what's wrong with you? Have you taken pombe? Have you taken alcohol? Why are you falling?" And I was rather confused. So anyways, to cut the long story short, I woke up again, went and got the remote, gave it to her. And then she asked me, "Oscar, you okay?" I said, "No, I'll be fine." Anyways, she left me in the sitting room, and I was watching the news, CNN, but I was feeling a bit uneasy. Now, in that time, the strokes, this is what we call the minor strokes, were hitting me. So it would hit me, and then I would be, okay, hit me again, hit me. So this went on like for about probably another 1.5 hours. And then something told me, it said, "Oscar, why don't you go to bed?" So the moment I stood up to walk into bed, then it hit me really hard again. And this time, the effect lingered on for quite a bit. I had to drag myself to the bedroom. Those of you who remember Michael Jackson's Thriller, where people are walking on one, dragging a foot, ding, 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 ding. That was me dragging myself to the bedroom. And my wife was knocked out, and I slept, but not feeling very comfortable. Then suddenly, when I woke up, I had this humongous headache, and then I couldn't move. And then suddenly I realized I couldn't speak because I tried to wake up my wife. Incidentally, the stroke hit me on the right-hand side, like I told you. And I tried to wake her up. She couldn't wake up. I tried to wake up. Then something told me, "Oscar, get out of this bed. Otherwise, you're not going to live. You're not going to get out of this bed." So I dragged myself out of bed. I had a little bit of some strength. I dragged myself to the bedroom door, and the moment I opened it, then it hit me. That's when the real one hit me. It hit me really hard. And I fell across the door, hit my head on the wall opposite, and there was this big thud, which woke my wife and my son in the neighboring bedroom. That's when they all came out running. And then she was talking to me and asking me, "Oscar, what's the problem?" So in my mind, I was telling her, "Dorothy, I'm suffering from a stroke." In my mind, that's what I was saying. But the words were not coming out. All I could hear myself was saying, "Do, do, do, Dorothy." That was it. Anyways, I was taken to Nsambia Hospital. My wife had called my brother-in-law, who's a doctor, and I was rushed to the emergency. We found him there. I was immediately hooked to some 4 machines, inclusive of a drip. The first thing that I saw blinking on the machine there was that it frightened me because my pressure was reading 220 over 180. That was really pretty high, and my brother-in-law, I'd never seen him panic. I saw him really, really concerned. And he was asking me, "Oscar, how are you feeling?" I couldn't respond, of course. I had lost my speech. And I was there for about 30, 45 minutes. Then another patient was wheeled in with, ironically, interestingly, the same condition. And then Romano, that's my brother-in-law, asked that he takes 2 of the machines off me and give them to the patient on the next bed. He was suffering from the same thing like me. His pressure, I got to learn, was not as high as mine. Sadly, he didn't make it. So that was me. What are the effects of the stroke? What happened to me? Immobility. I was immobile for the rest on the right side of my body. I couldn't help myself. I was wheelchair bound. Things like having to go to the toilet and have conversations, whether short ones or long ones. You have to do so in the company of somebody else. You lose your independence in that regard and your dignity. You become frustrated because this body becomes your prisoner, you know. You want to do something, yet you cannot do it. You want to write, you cannot write. You want to talk, you can't communicate properly. And what were the causes? It was my fault. It was actually my fault. Any one of us here will suffer a stroke if you don't do the following. Previous to that, I was a very active sportsman. I used to play squash every three times a week, every lunchtime. And then I would throw in either football, leisure football, or golf over the weekend. I abandoned that as my responsibilities increased. I was appointed it was my turn to become the managing partner of my law firm, which is a busy thing at any one time. I was then appointed director legal NRM, then it coincided with the time when I was doing my master's, a little bit late in my age. So imagine all those responsibilities, and I was sleeping maximum 4 hours a day. I brought it upon myself. Please, don't do that. I beg of thee, do not do that. The road to recovery. I was very lucky. People who suffer ischemic strokes, only 50% of them recover. I'm part of the 50% that recovered. Of those that recover, 10% will only make full recovery. Unfortunately, although you cannot tell it, I'm not part of the 10%. It's just that the doctors have assessed that I'm about maybe 94%. Fortunately, the 6% is not something you can recognize, but I can tell the signs, okay? What should you do? What do I recommend that you do? When you see those photographs of me up there, that is me now who does spin. There are other photographs here of them. Spinning is a cycling exercise. I do it 3 times a week, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. It is a cardiovascular exercise. It's important that you keep your heart exercised. It is a muscle. It's the one that responsible for transporting nutrients and, more importantly, oxygen to the body. At our age, it is absolutely necessary that you get yourself in some form of physical exercise 3 times a week at least. That's what is recommended. Minimum 45 minutes. So do not fall into the same trap, okay? There's a lot more to this work that we do. Let's first look after ourselves. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Oscar, for that story of your life experience. Fortunately, we have gyms, so let's make use of those facilities which have been paid in advance for our benefit. That takes me to the next question. And this is for you, the counselor. At an individual level, what more do we need to do in order to safeguard our wellness?
Thank you so much, my Lord, and thank you so much for that story. It's very important for us to hear from real life experiences, because when we share, then people think these are textbook, this is textbook information, and you think that it is very far from you. But as my Lord Justice Oscar has shared, I think it is it's a good experience. It was good for him to share his experience, and that breaks the stigma that comes with people speaking out their challenges and their experiences, and that encourages us. Thank you so much. I would like to encourage you as judicial officers to embrace the 8 pillars of wellness, and I'm going to briefly highlight them. First of all, be active. Pay attention to your physical wellness, exercise, go for medical checkups, move around your offices, integrate movement in whatever you're doing. Because given the kind of work you do, I don't think you have enough time or the luxury of having a whole day to walk or to go and exercise. But in your busy schedule, find time to exercise, find time to go for medical checkups, know what is happening in your life. When we talk about physical wellness, many times people think about going to the gym and exercising. No, we are talking about how your physical well-being is. Are there illnesses? If they are detected early enough, then you are good to go. They've told us there's a medical team out there. Please utilize the opportunity you have today. Go and check. Know your BMI, know how your cholesterol is doing, and pay attention to that. Social well-being is very important, or social wellness. We are naturally social beings, and that's how God created us. So interact, find time to interact, create time to interact with friends and family, and make relationships that are meaningful, that can help you feel happy and do well at your work. Then we want to also encourage you to look at your intellectual wellness. Are you being creative? Are you reading something to stimulate your brains to make sure that you are up to date? You are not lagging behind, and that helps you to relax. Some people who like reading, those who like cooking, those who like gardening, find something to do, learn something new that can improve your life as an individual apart from the daily work that you do. We want to also encourage you to pay attention to your spiritual wellness. Justice Oscar said that he thanks God that he spared his life. So spiritual wellness is also very important. And this does not necessarily look at religion. It encourages you to find meaning and purpose and things that you value, and through your religion you can pray to the mighty power that you think and believe in for your well-being, and that will help you to feel better. Then we also have vocational wellness. I know you're judicial officers, but what you're doing, is it satisfying? Are you happy with what you're doing? Find purpose and make it interesting. Find satisfaction, fulfillment in what you're doing. Then we also want to encourage you to take notice of your environment and where you are. Be mindful. Practice mindfulness. It's very important. When we are here, for instance, you're in this conference, let your mind be here. Don't be in your courts and thinking about the pending work that you have to do. That is going to help you enjoy what you're doing here, interact with your friends, your colleagues, and share a moment of laughter, and don't be too serious, my lords and worships. Then also I want to talk about emotional wellness. This is very, very important. As Worship Kawes was saying, employee wellness is very important in the world today. It's not about your knowledge, it's not about the level of intellectual that you have. We are looking at how you're able to manage stressful situations, and how you manage stressful situations and remain intact without emotions running here and there and losing yourself. So that's very important, and we want to tell you, I want to say that when you manage your emotions, then you have managed much of the challenges, because apart from work that you do, I know that you have your personal challenges or your personal life. And I know that also your personal lives or lifestyles can impact on your work. So when you have been grounded emotionally well, you're able to manage yourself. And I think my minute is over. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Good, thank you, Suzanne. My Lord Samuel M. Cole, at the institutional level, how can wellness be safeguarded?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll ride on the protocol that has already been laid out by the MC this morning. Institutional safeguards for judicial wellness generally refers to policies, practices, and structures put in place to promote and protect the physical, emotional, and mental being of judicial officers and staff of the judiciary. I'll just highlight a few with your permission, Chair. The policies that we have in place include the anti-harassment policy, we have the judiciary gender policy, we have the HIV workplace policy, we also have in place a medical insurance. This is at all levels. We also have the administration of the judiciary service, regulations of 2025. All these are aimed at mitigating the unique stresses and challenges of judicial work and ensuring that judicial officers can perform their duties effectively and maintain their overall wellness. I'll also point out that the judiciary management has taken a deliberate effort to equip judicial officers with necessary tools that will enable them to perform their functions. And in this regard, management has supplied tools such as laptops, desktops, court recording gadgets, session funding, locus visits as well. I will point out that when I joined the judiciary in 2004, in our induction, we spoke to a trainer from JTI who said her hardest task in training judges at the time was to help them to follow the cursor, because they would move the mouse, then they say, where is the cursor, where is the cursor, and it's all over the place. So she would run on the screen here, 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 here. She said it was extremely hard. 22 years later, I'm sure this is not the case anymore. Deliberate attempts have also been made to secure conducive working environments for all courts. We all know of the Twin Towers. I want to thank management for that. A few years back, the Supreme Court ceiling caved in when it had rained, when it was in Kololo. Thankfully, the judge was not in when it caved in. Even our rented premises have significantly improved. I remember on inspection, when I had just joined, we visited a court where her worship told us that when she comes, she has to come prepared because the premises were not in a good state and the health facilities were terrible. So she would come prepared not to have a short call, not to have a long call. She would stay like that the whole day and hurry back home to do that. But the way things are going now, I think the judiciary, basically where we rent premises up country, we rent the best possible buildings that are in that place. So management, I congratulate management on that. Training and development, Judicial Studies Institute has been able to conduct several trainings for both judicial and non-judicial staff at all levels, thereby equipping them with necessary skills to perform their functions. Also, there's an open communication, open door policy. It is possible for you to walk. I have a serious timer here. It's possible for you to seek an appointment with the Honorable, the Chief Justice, or the Honorable, the Principal Judge. Sometimes you don't even make that appointment, but you show up. And when you show up, the truth is, they'll hear you. They will listen to you. I'll also appeal to us. Let us set goals that are realistic, goals that and deadlines that suit our occasions. She has just made reference to this conference that we are having. I'm sure some of their lordships and worships have come with files because you have a ruling and you really cannot come here and sit and go back and sleep. So you have come with that judgment, that ruling. It is in your room. If you were to check, I'm sure there are files in our rooms. But some of these things, we should be realistic. She has said, enjoy yourself when you come to settings of this nature. Work-life balance, the judiciary has taken commendable steps towards promoting the well-being of staff, as reflected in the twice-a-week workout that is carried out at the judiciary headquarters, in which all staff across all levels converge to exercise. There's also a gym for judges that has already been made mention of. There was talk of a place where judges can recreate. The PS one time really talked very strongly and passionately about this one. When their worships want to relax, and there was talk that space was going to be availed for this one. I hope it will happen. Access to wellness and psychosocial support services. The judiciary has put in place a support system for psychosocial support services for staff who require this service, but it is not widely publicized. Not many people are aware of it. And it's presently restricted to mainly really the central region. There's need for this endeavor to be taken regionally so that the service can be accessed by more of the staff. I'll just talk briefly on this psychosocial support. Years back when I was a grade 1 magistrate, I had a dear friend of mine who was struggling. He was struggling, and we could all see it. And we didn't know judicial wellness. That time we were not familiar with it. So he's the one who coined it. He called it battle fatigue. You know, he would say battle fatigue, it is killing me, battle fatigue. And it was bad. So I decided to talk to a psychiatrist I knew. And she said, ask him to come, let me talk to him, tell him to come. So I told him, I've made an appointment for you. He got very excited. When he said, where does she sit? I said, Butabika. My God. He said, Butabika. I drive there with my judiciary car. They see me in Butabika. They see me drive out. That is a ground for appeal. It is a ground for appeal. My decisions will all be overturned. Unfortunately, the psychiatrist did not have an office outside Butabika. He was not able to get the service that he needed. I'm glad that that is now behind us. Also taking annual leave, the judiciary has it mandatory that all judicial officers are to take leave. This enables us to prevent burnout and allows staff to rest and also take care of their personal needs that they would otherwise not be able to do so. Unfortunately, the truth is many of us judges, we take leave in order to write judgments. The time you're going on leave, it is because you've accumulated and you say, okay, now let me take leave, let me go and write. And many times we come back more tired from leave than when we entered the leave. And you ask yourself, what did I go to do? You've come back more tired. A few years ago, I spoke to a judge. I don't know whether it is still the practice, but I spoke to a judge who was extremely shocked. He received a letter from the Honorable, the PJ, and the PJ was warning him that he had not taken leave the previous calendar year and telling him that he must take leave. He was shocked, actually, that it is mandatory. I have been told that time has caught up, but these are safeguards that the judiciary has in place, together with more others, to promote a culture of wellness and support for judicial officers and staff of the judiciary in maintaining their well-being and ultimately contributing to a more effective and sustainable judiciary. Thank you.
Thank you, Samuel. It is very clear from the panelists that if you want an effective and efficient judiciary, we must continuously invest in the wellness of our judicial officers. And the investment is both at the personal level, you must take care of yourself, and at the institutional level. But what is in your control? The individual level. That one is 100%. So let's choose to prioritize our individual wellness. With those few remarks, I now open the discussion to all the participants, and if you have a comment or contribution, just raise your hand, the microphone, and I'll see you. Catch my eye, I'll see you, and then I'll give you an opportunity. We shall be taking 3 questions at a time. You are free to direct it to any specific panelist to provide the answer. Thank you. The time is for you to catch my eye. I can see no one. Oh, sorry. Yes, our PS.
I would like to thank the panelists. I did not hear any of them talking about feeding, eating and drinking. I would like to sound out. There are people who drink as if the breweries are closing that day. They drink a lot of alcohol, and that affects their well-being. Then others eat too much food. Please, eat food because your body needs it, not because you have seen the food. Those two are very, very important. And then to make matters worse, you don't exercise to burn the calories which you have put there. So my advice is, eat right, eat the right amounts, don't drink too much, exercise. Thank you.
Thank you, SJ, for that wisdom. Yes, my Lord, Henry Kawesa.
Thank you so much, my Lord, and thank you, the panelists. One area which I didn't hear, and I would strongly recommend, is that judicial wellness is also a factor that God looks at so importantly. You need to be at peace with yourself, be at peace with your judicial function, and the best way to do it is to find solace in your God. He says, peace I give to you, not as the world gives, but my peace. That sorts out a lot of things. Thank you.
Thank you, my Lord Bishop Henry Kawesa. Another? Yeah. My Lord Justice Mutonyi, you will excuse me, my specs perhaps
No, it's
are
okay.
not assisting me well.
Okay, it's okay. I just want to thank all those who have talked to us about judicial wellness. I only wish to add that I know we studied law and did so many subjects, but there is where we can score a 10 and where we can score 1 in practice. So when it comes to deployment, I know we don't have to choose where we are supposed to be deployed, but it would be important, especially at our level, to find out where I can score a 10 instead of just pushing me to a division or a place where I cannot do well. Because for sure, if one does work they are not well conversant with or not so much interested, it may affect the performance and it may affect the wellness. So I think, especially as senior citizens, I'm talking on behalf of the senior citizens, as we prepare to exit the judiciary, we need to be placed where we can score a 10 and we do our work with passion. Thank you.
Thank you, my Lord. Another? Yes, my Lord, Elbow.
Thank you very much, my Lord. It appears the very nature of our work is to keep us sedentary. Even when you want to look after your health, the adjudication process keeps you seated for long hours. You can have a hearing from 9 maybe through to 5 p.m. You then, of course, also have to go on and then prepare the judgments and prepare for the next day. So one of the things that we should perhaps be thinking about here is how in that process we have been told, for example, to move around. There was a video which was trending yesterday about at least moving for 5 minutes every 1 hour. Now, we should find a way, perhaps in the course of a hearing, if you're going to sit from 9 up to midday, to see how you can move for 15 minutes, 5 minutes, to take breaks. So I think we should be looking at practical ways in which we can address the challenges that we are facing because of the very nature of the job that we do. Thank you.
Good, thank you for your observations. And this will be... Where? my Lord,
My Lord, thank you for seeing behind. I'd like to thank the panelists for what they have given us. It's a very important topic. I'm sorry there's an echo. Those who are dealing with instruments, please manage that echo. When I joined the Ugandan Judiciary, 23 years ago, I came from an environment which was so different. I found many barriers in the Ugandan judiciary. There were barriers of rank. You had to manage that. There were barriers of order. You had to follow a certain order. There were barriers of protocol. All of these tended to affect, at least for me, joining the judiciary. I think it affected my wellness. There was even a joke that was cracked with my wife. They said, when Geoffrey enters the house, do you stand up? When he so you have all those kind of barriers that are there. But what I'd like to push for is collegiality. We need to build strong structures around collegiality so that we break down barriers that affect wellness. I think we have this idea that we are all the very best of the best who come to the judiciary, top lawyers, and we can manage ourselves. We have judicial independence. Nobody should disturb our peace. I know there was one judge I happened to be with, and even entering his chambers to say hello, the first thing you say, what do you want? So I think team building is critical, and I would like to propose that we support this when appears team building, funding that area is something which we need in addition to everything else that we're doing at various levels. Thank you.
Thank you for listening. All these have been comments, and there's no need for a response. Thank you, team, for the wonderful work you've done. Thank you.
The PRO, my Lord, the Chief Justice, all our distinguished guests, it's a great pleasure to join you this morning to once again welcome you for this 27th Annual Judges Conference. My Lord the Chief Justice, we are going into the second presentation, and the session chair is going to be the Honorable, the Principal Judge. She's going to unpack with her panel the new phenomenon that we are living with, the current times of administration of justice, tackling the use of alternative dispute resolution mechanisms. Without any further ado, it is my singular honor to invite Honorable Justice Matovu. You're warmly welcome.
Good morning. Administration of justice, alternative dispute resolution in criminal justice in Uganda. When I was at the Law Development Center in the early 90s, we had to do weekly assignments. We used to call them individual assessments, IA. One of our classmates, my classmates are here, used to write only one sentence in all IAs. He used to write, I advise the parties to settle this matter out of court, or I advise the accused person to plead guilty. That student was discontinued. Unfortunately, even passed on. My sisters are here, they're shaking their heads, I'm remembering him. We thought, actually, as a matter of fact, he had a mental disorder. And we laughed at him at that time. I think now he might have been correct, because down the road, my lords, I had the privilege of being an advocate for 20 years at the bar, and I handled so many criminal sessions. Now, which entailed judges writing a lot of evidence, listening to trials within trials, listening to horrors. Every day you listen to someone who was cut into pieces. They would write judgments. And this had a toll on their judicial health. Indeed, most of them retired when they were really sick. In 2014, I was appointed the judge of the High Court. And this is around the time when we began the plea bargain scheme. I was in Mbarara, and I recall Justice Principal Judge Emeritus, Justice Yokamba Mwine. Yes, he's there. He used to come and we began this scheme, and it was something that we were not very used to. It looked new. It was actually new to us. But we began, and a lot of work was done, although not with the regulations. Down the road, in 2016, we got the Judicature plea bargain rules of 2016. That is SI number 43 of 2016. Now, plea bargain is properly regulated. Last year alone, plea bargain was able to conclude 3,000 cases. And we had 12 criminal sessions at the courts, various courts in the country. And we had 14 prison camps. This enabled the judiciary to use only 1.56 billion. If we had used the criminal sessions we were used to, we should have used 4.5 billion shillings. So we saved 3 billion shillings because of plea bargains. Now, as we talk now, as at 31st December last year, the criminal caseload in the High Court alone was 19,756 criminal cases. If we were to handle those cases, we need 494 criminal sessions. It implies that all judges should stop doing any other work. We deploy them to have 4 criminal sessions each. It would even take us about 3 years, and the cost would be close to 30 billion. So plea bargain has been a game changer, and we have to give credit where it's due. The Honorable Principal Judge here next to me has been one of those judges who has been a focal judge. She has been a DPP, and she has done a lot of good work in plea bargains. So I would want her to take us through how best can a judge handle a plea bargain. Thank you.
Thank you, my Lord Chair. Thank you, my Lords. And I think the first thing to know is that plea bargain is a negotiation between the prosecution and an accused or the defense. But I think at the back of our minds, we should always know that who should plea bargain? It should be those people that know that they committed the offense. Otherwise, we shall be misunderstood that we're using plea bargain to force people to actually shorten their time in the prison, and that would be unfortunate. So that is the bottom line. And to keep within the 3 minutes that you have given me, I could just say that if we could just follow Rule 12 of the plea bargain rules, would not have cases going to Court of Appeal, because the number of cases in Court of Appeal is just that we have not followed Rule 12. And what does Rule 12 say? It gives us the initiation of a plea bargain. It can either be by the prosecution or the defense or an accused person, and they agree, and then you have a pre-sentence meeting in your chambers with the parties. That's where we say the court is still in control of plea bargain. You bring plea bargain into the courtroom by that pre-session meeting, because if you agree to that sentence as a judge, that plea bargain passes. If you do not agree, it does not come to court. So instances of judges saying that when they came to court and I was not happy with the sentence will not arise, because the pre-sentence, that is the minimal time that you engage in the negotiation. You just tell the parties, I am not comfortable with this particular sentence, go back and renegotiate. After they have done that and you as a judicial officer, you are happy with the sentence, then you will go to open court. When you go to open court, of course, plea bargain also means that you should prepare as a judge. How do you prepare for this? Before you meet the parties, you have the court file. There is the indictment on the file. You should read the indictment so that when the parties come to you, because plea bargain can sometimes also bring about corruption, because the prosecution can actually deliberately leave out some facts. So for you, if you have read your indictment very well, you have the charge, you know the charge, you know the indictment, they will not mislead you. You'll just ask about in this, where have you removed some of these facts, either mitigating or even aggravating. So that preparation helps you when they come with a sentence, because if you do not do that and the plea bargain goes through and the sentence is a mockery of justice, it really reflects badly on us as the judiciary. So when they come into the courtroom, you are going to now take charge and ask the accused person if he has entered the plea bargain voluntarily, no one forced him, intelligently, are they of sound mind? So after they have actually said yes, then you take them through, did they explain to you your constitutional rights, which you are actually, by entering into a plea bargain, you're waiving, and then they say yes. You could even repeat these rights to them. And then you ask them if they signed the plea bargain agreement, they say yes, and then you check and you make them sign again in court. Then after all that, after you've made sure that everything else has been actually done rightly, that the accused person has not been forced to enter into a bargain, you now ask the prosecution to lay the factual basis for that. That is very important, because most of the time the charges, it was originally a charge of murder, then they bargain into manslaughter. So you make sure that in the court, because that agreement is going to be part of the court record, make sure that they have actually bargained for manslaughter, because most of the time, because of the rush, the prosecution leaves murder there, and then you see the sentence, and then 10 years later, they come up and they see the record is showing 10, you know, how did a case of murder give only 10 years? So you make sure that you look at that. Then you actually, after the prosecution has laid the factual basis and all that, then the case now takes the procedure of a plea of guilty. You have to follow that, and you have to, the agreement does not replace the court record. There must be a court record where you record all the parties, you ask the accused persons what language they are comfortable with, and it takes a PG. And you just follow Adan versus Republic until the very end, where the person, and now when you reach the part of sentencing, you actually sentence them to the agreed sentence the parties agreed you cannot deduct more, you cannot add any. You just, at that point, your hands are tied. You have to sentence them to that. The only part you touch the sentence is when you deduct the time spent on remand, and this has to be mathematically done. And then you give, and you must explain to the accused person that they actually have the right to appeal within 14 days. Again, sentence only the legality of the sentence. They can actually appeal within 14. If we follow that, the cases at a court of appeal will really drastically reduce. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, PJ. What are the advantages of plea bargain? Justice Alan Nshimye.
Thank you so much, my lord. The advantages of plea bargain are actually contained in Rule 3 of the plea bargain rules. So I'll just try and explain them using examples. So I think that way we shall all benefit better. Number one, when you're considering everything, kindly consider Article 126.1 and Article 126.2e that talks about the aspirations of the people. Your duty is to carry out justice based on aspirations of the people. In this case, it's the accused and the victims and the other stakeholders. So plea bargain allows for the participation of both the accused and the victims, which is quite important because it brings them into the courtroom and they own up to the decisions they are doing. It reduces backlog, and by backlog it means it is also good for your well-being as a judicial officer. So you should encourage plea bargain. Those who have handled criminal cases where you have to go through a trial within a trial and handle witnesses and defense and write judgments, you know how much time it takes to do all that. So where you have a plea bargain, you should be the first person to jump at that opportunity, and that is Rule 3. I had shared a brief. I think the people of IT can share what I gave you on the advantages of plea bargains, that it is up there. The other one, it is that it's cost effective per unit cost. I think the administrators will talk to that. From July 2025 to date, we handled 213 plea bargain cases in Mbarara. So if you had to consider that with the normal sessions where you're having 40 at a time, you would know those will be equivalent to about four sessions or 5 sessions, and that is a very expensive aspect, both to the judiciary and also your time. Even when they send you to go and carry out a session somewhere, you find that you're spending a lot of time and money there. The one thing I'm passionate about is that it gives closure to victims. This one I'll talk about it a little bit. I've handled SGBV cases. Recently I was in Kalangala. And in all of them, when I would ask when they'd come and say, we have agreed, these are the sentences, they have talked to the victim is there, some of them are rape, some are defilements, a large number of defilements, but there were some rapes. And I would say, okay, but you have come to me, are you really remorseful? Have you said sorry to the victim? Now, as is normally the case, some of these will be very big men. He kneels down, tells the woman, I'm very sorry. And shockingly, women would say, Kale, chiwakola chibi, neeka tumulamuzi musonyiwe. Because sometimes that whole idea of saying, I am sorry, and the person genuinely believes or behaves like he's really, really sorry, and he has knelt down, may it mean more in terms of closure for the people. But also at the same time, we have got cases where you have convicted a person, and the person maintains I'm innocent. So the victims still live when they haven't really, it hasn't really been solid. A person says, I saw somebody, I wasn't sure, it was a bit dark, but he's a person, circumstantial evidence is getting them. The families are still complaining, you're the one who caused this trouble. But a plea bargain allows for closure. The person has accepted, you live there, all families have accepted, and life is quite okay. So I would really pray that we look at that in terms of the closure, which is quite important. Plea bargain also facilitates reformation. When you look at the Prisons Act, I don't know why they haven't shared the brief I'd written there on the Word document. Prisons is meant to reform people. So a person who has admitted the offense is more easy to reform in prison. He goes there with a sentence that he knows. He will most probably not appeal it unless if it's on a technical matter. He goes when he himself has settled and is ready to serve. It also allows them to be ambassadors. In Mbarara, actually, we use the convicts for plea bargain to help us in plea bargaining camps. Because they're the ones who then tell the people, for me, I defiled a girl who was 13 years, yours was 12, for you they should give you a bit more. So you find we have used them. But I found that when I went to Mbarara, I found there my senior colleague, Justice Joyce Kavuma, and would go and have an interaction with the people without pressure of the camp. You pass there, you talk to them, you give them this, you allow a Q&A, and would cluster them and say, all of you who defiled, how many defilements are here? If the child is below 5 years, go here. 5 to 10 years, go here. This to this, go here. And in that way, you tell them you can't all have the same sentences. And they admit and realize. So they start telling the others, you know, they push each other in the cluster. That clustering enables you to handle matters quickly. So ladies and gentlemen, plea bargaining has all those advantages. We can give many examples. They will share the draft I had written for your benefit. Thank you so much.
Judge Tadeo, what are the disadvantages of plea bargaining or challenges?
Thank you very much, my Lord Chair. I will actually take it up from there. Unlike Mbarara, my experience in Mbale was the opposite. We had a professional remandee who was instead campaigning plea bargain when I was posted there, and I still remember the very words the retired principal judge gave me when he was posting me. He said, Tadeo, go and shine. I still remember those words. So when I went to shine in Mbale, I met this one. His duty was every judge who came, he would put up his hand. He would join the plea bargain process, well knowing that he actually doesn't want it. So it was a game. He says he begins very well, plea of guilt is entered. Along the way, he says, my Lord, no, I did not do this. So he defeated 3 judges before he came. I became the 4th. And I think I became the last. I told the principal judge, I think we must find a solution. And we had to find a solution. We rejected the plea bargain for him. And I think by then the principal judge had to send a judge. It's just Vatema here. We thank you, because Vatema had to come and finish that case in a full trial, despite his insistence that he wanted to do plea bargain. Now, with that, plea bargain has issues. The first and major challenge we have is we delay to deal with these cases. People list, the lists are given, but I think either as a result of lack of manpower or budget, we delay to attend to them immediately. And I think this is an institutional issue. We need to be ready to deal with them as and when. Actually, suppose not to wait, because they have preachers in prison. They preach to them, and we end up losing. The other aspect is we have disparity in our sentences. Judicial officers, and that causes a problem of forum shopping as another problem. Justice Nshimye comes to Mbale and he gives these sentences which are high. They say, let's look for Tadeo who can give us a half of Nshimye. And as a result, we have these sentences which, to the public, even to the potential people for the program, they don't see the difference. And for me, I would appeal that as trial judicial officers, let's all have consistency. So the issue of forum shopping is out, and the people in there should be able to see the difference. There should be a difference. And for me, I think I practice it. I cannot deal with the person who is in this program with the one I've tried through a trial within a trial and up to the end. No. There should be what? A difference. Now, that is a challenge. The other challenge we have is we enter into these programs without the record. I can see I have 1 minute. We go there without a record. No police file, no court file. Court resorts to opening duplicate files. We know the problems associated with that. A file is closed, it remains active in the judicial system. And so we have double data. The police file is not with you as a prosecutor. Where is the information? Photocopy the indictment. Let's proceed. Matter goes on appeal, no data. Injustice. So we get into that problems. The other aspect is appreciation of this program by our stakeholders. The other players, our colleagues, the lawyers, at times they don't support it. The other challenge we hear, which we have met along the way, is convicting or dealing with innocent persons who join this program. And they keep speaking to us, if you bother to ask. Actually, may I have several examples if I had the time. They joined the program because of overstay on remand. And I think we should all plead guilty as judiciary. We delay to deal with them. So as a shortcut, they joined this program. But I keep preaching this. You shouldn't. Actually, even in the last camp in Kitalia, we had to chase away one, whom we even, with the DPP's consent, we discharged because there was no evidence at all, and the DPP was good enough to withdraw that matter immediately. But he had accepted, I think, around 13 years. And I mean, what an injustice is that? So we have those challenges. There are so many, but most critical is for me, as a practitioner of this program, is failure to deal with these matters at an appropriate time. The examples are many. I think we can share in the private box, but I would agree with Justice Alan Nshimye and the judiciary policy that it is a thing to do to deal with the elephant of backlog in the House. I thank you.
Thank
for
you very
listening
much,
to me.
Justice Tadeo. Justice Lawrence Tuyanzi, why are we having appeals after plea bargains?
Thank you very much, Chair. And in fact, I begin by saying that the point that was raised by the Honorable the Principal Judge of Finality and my colleague Nshime, plea bargain, though it brings finality, we have some areas where matters go to the Court of Appeal. The percentage is very good. 0.5% are the only cases that go on appeal. It's very good. But the major point why majority of the cases on plea bargain have been set aside by the Court of Appeal, one is procedural non-compliance, and most especially Rule 12. If you do that, we'll have nothing like an appeal to the Court of Appeal. Number two is what my Lord, the Honorable, the PJ has said, failure to deduct the remand period. She has told you that it is the only way you can touch in courts the agreement that was agreed by the parties. So some of our colleagues do not do that and has ended up being sent back for renegotiation. The last point is harsh and excessive sentences, but luckily our sisters and brothers at the Court of Appeal, they have refused to intervene. They have taken a position that plea bargain is a contract. So what you agreed is what you'll take. Can it be prevented? Can appeals be prevented? Yes. One, by strictly adhering to rules 914 of the plea bargaining rules. Number two, we do automatic remand period calculation and deduction. Number three, we accept and respect agreed sentence sealings by the parties. And lastly, through judicial inquiry into the appropriateness before approval. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Justice Lawrence Tuyanzi. Finally, can we have the best remarks, conclusion remarks from the Principal Judge?
Thank you, my Lord. I think in conclusion, plea bargain is a good initiative. It is judiciary-led, which means the judiciary should take charge and get the investigations, because this all starts from investigations. If investigations are done very well, actually, which means we shall have the right people in prison, then they will definitely, when we do disclosure, people will join the plea bargain, and we shall be having the right people entering the plea bargain, and we shall not have people where we read files and we find there is no evidence. Sometimes there is no evidence because the police didn't do their work, not that the offense was not committed, but those fall through the cracks. So plea bargain is a good thing. It heals everyone, the victim of crime, the accused person, reformation. It also heals the community, because some of the offenses actually affect our whole community. So it heals the whole community. It also heals us, the judicial officers, because then you are not going to be sitting there doing a lot of writing so many judgments. So in short, plea bargain has worked, and it is actually the only one that has helped us get that percentage. I think now it is 53% of actually convictions versus remands. It is the first time in the history of Uganda, and it is all thanks to plea bargain. Thank you, my lords.
I'm taking only 3 questions in the interest of time. Yes, Justice Mutonyi.
Yes, thank you, the Honorable PJ, for that presentation on plea bargaining. I just have 2 comments. One, I think it would, putting into consideration the pre-trial remand period should be done before you finally conclude the deal, because the trial judge or magistrate should not just look at that at the time of sentencing. So that should be the subject of discussion, so that by the time you agree on 10, you know this 10 has put into consideration the period on remand, and you even calculate. So which means that if one has been on remand for 2 years and you are to give 12 years, then you know you have already, you subtract the 2 years, and by the time you sign the agreement, this person knows that I was supposed to get 12 years, but they've given me 10 after considering that. Then I have this concern about those who enter plea bargain where there are the more than one, and one enters plea bargain to become a prostitution witness. Experience has shown that at times, criminals remain criminals. They can get that deal, but when it comes to hearing, they don't support the prostitution case. I mean, their case is a done deal. And I don't think the prosecution has any way of saying, no, we can now change at this point. So I would propose that when we are considering plea bargain sessions, where one is supposed to become a prostitution witness, we should also have funds ready for full hearing, so that if it is in their camp, we say, okay, we are going to defer your case until we have this session. So that, because even in the session, in the session, you can still plead guilty. Or this particular one, we organize that, yes, you have accepted, but we are going to hear we are going to consider your plea bargain when we are also ready to hear. So that as soon as he completes his agreement, he stands in the witness box and testifies. Many have changed after taking so long without hearing. They pretend as if they don't know anything about that.
Thank you, my lord. Can I have a question from Lady Justice Catherine Domgemirere? Second one.
Thank you. Can you hear me now? Right. Thank you, my Lord Chair. I just thought I should share my experience while at the Court of Appeal in terms of appeals from it's really not. Is this better? There are instances when appeals may succeed for reasons that in the agreement a particular sentence was agreed. For example, in one of the appeals, the agreed sentence was 16 years, but the judge passed 20 years. When it came on appeal and on reviewing the file, it was very clear that the judge had not gone by the agreement. The other reason the appeals succeeded was failure to follow the ADAN rules, because even when you go through the agreement, you still have to go through the normal procedure of plea taking. And failure to go through that procedure can cause the failure of an otherwise good plea bargain. My last is a question. Why is plea bargain not a day-to-day case management issue? Why do we only have to do prison camps? Why is it not possible that maybe one day in the week, the state, the prisons, and the resident judge sit and hear? In the case, for example, that I'm talking about, where the sentence was reduced to 16, where it was supposed to be 16 years, we sent the matter back to the resident judge, and he told us that he will lawfully wait for a session.
Can I have the last question? Time is not on our side. Yes, Justice Michael Obu.
My Lord, thank you very much. Mine is not a question, but Justice Lawrence Twayanze alluded to the fact that, plea bargain is a contract between the accused person and the state. I just wanted to give information. In Kenya and in Tanzania, they have recognized this. So the trial judge has the power to review a plea bargain agreement if it has been reached as a result of fraud or misrepresentation. The trial judge can do that. Their criminal procedure rules, I think, allow for that. But I also want to emphasize Justice Bamgemere's contribution about waiting for camps. There is no reason why a person who is handling, where an accused person makes it clear that they want to plea bargain, even at the time before committal, if there is any indication that this person wants to plea bargain, you fast track the case. We had started doing that in the criminal division. If we got information that people wanted to plea bargain, we brought them to the division immediately. And we did the plea bargains without having to wait for plea bargain camps. But if you wait for camps and you wait for sessions, you get that problem of people now coming for plea bargain simply because they want to get rid of the long stay in prison.
Thank you. My Lord PJ, can you wind up, answer those questions, and we go away?
Thank you, my Lord. I'll just answer the two questions raised by Justice Mutonyi on pre-trial. I think pre-trial, the time spent on remand, if that is what you meant, is it is something that the prosecution uses when they're bargaining. You say, we are giving you 10 years because we have actually, it should have been 12. We have, because you would have agreed to 12 years, but because of the time you also spent on remand, that's why we are saying 10. So it is a part of the bargain. It doesn't really come into the plea bargain agreement. It is what they do back and forth, just like how you tell them that, that the maximum sentence for this is death, but we are not even using the sentencing guidelines and all that. So it can be part of the what prosecution uses when they are bargaining. And then for one of the conditions to say that the accused person will serve as a prosecution witness, that's so weak. We actually discourage that, because you have no, the case might come after like 2 years, 3 years. Where are you going to get that witness? And if they don't come, that accused person, and if they don't come, what happens? Are you going to? So it is a weak bargain that we discourage the prosecution from using, because it doesn't. We would rather use what we have already. And then finally, I think I forgot about confidentiality. I think we, as the judiciary, should be very careful. There are cases where there are 3 people on the file, 2 people plea bargain, and 1 person insists and says, for me, I want a full trial. I think that's why we say there should be a separate file. Sometimes when you're handling a case in a session, you find actually agreements of, it biases you, we are human. So I think we should maintain confidentiality. The plea bargain file should really be separate from the other file, just so that those who don't plea bargain are not, their confidentiality is not abused. Thank you so much.
I think a big hand clap. We have all resolved that we're not going backwards. Plea bargain is the way to go. Thank you very much.
My Lord, the Honorable, the Chief Justice, my Lords, we are now going into the performance review of the various courts, that is the Supreme Court, the Court of Appeal, and the High Court. My Lord, the Chief Justice, I take the honor and opportunity to invite the Chair Governing Council, Honorable Justice Mike Chibita, to chair this session. My Lord, you're most welcome, and we are humbled to have you, my Lord, in our midst.
These are going to present performance of their various courts, and we'll start with the High Court. We'll then do the Court of Appeal, and finally we'll do the Supreme Court.
Thank you, my Lord Chair, and we thought this, the judges' review, I am going to be, I have not followed precedent. Sorry, my Lord Chief Justice, I have just made an overall performance review really fitting within the 10 minutes. My Lords, I'm pleased to present the High Court's performance review for the year 2025, and informed by the recently released National Court Case Census of 2025 and related judiciary performance data. This review reflects both the progress that we have made and, of course, the challenges that remain. And as we pursue access to timely, to fair and efficient justice across the High Court, and of course the broader judiciary. What was the purpose of the performance review? The principal aim of this review is to assess how the High Court has actually performed in handling its caseload and managing backlog, as well as to use evidence from the census and other data to sharpen our responses. This exercise reflects our commitment to data-driven justice administration, moving away from assumptions and towards decisions which are based on clear evidence. The caseload and workload profile of the High Court. As of January 12, 2025, the judiciary recorded 167,353 pending cases across all court levels. The High Court accounts for the largest share of this burden, with 70,006 pending cases. The criminal matters dominate the workload, with 65,709 cases, criminal cases pending across the system, followed by 44,911 civil cases and 33,496 land disputes. The High Court's broad mandate, handling cases of all types and levels of complexity, means that judicial officers there regularly shoulder a heavy workload. On average, a judicial officer is managing more than 300 pending cases at any given time, with about 85 backlog cases in the High Court and, of course, Court of Appeal. That's the average. Backlog and case age. The 2025 census highlights a significant ongoing backlog challenge. Across all courts, 46,542 cases were classified as backlog. This represents approximately 28% of the total pending cases. The High Court alone accounts for 25,098 backlog cases, or around 36% of its pending caseload. Persistent delay is also evident in the age of cases when you look at how old the cases are. While most cases, about 72%, are relatively recent, having been filed within the past 2 years, there remains cases that have lingered for a decade or more, particularly at the higher court levels. For illustrative context, the census shows that 8,328 out of 11,212 gender-based violence cases are pending across all levels, aged between 0 to 2 years. But some GBV cases at the High Court included 52 matters pending for more than 10 years. That situation should actually concern us. Number 4, case disposal and special practices. In the past year, the judiciary has continued to explore innovative resolution mechanisms alongside the traditional adjudication. Between January and November 2025, 5,246 cases were disposed of through mediation alone, accounting for an estimated 4% of all completed matters. This reflects a growing use of non-court orderly and consensual resolution options within the High Court and, of course, the broader judiciary. The increasing use of mediation supports our efforts to decongest courts, particularly in civil and commercial matters where settlement opportunities are actually more frequent. It's also important to note the advancement of digital case management systems, including ECMIS and CAS, which have supported the comprehensive census exercise and promise to improve tracking and oversight of pending cases across all stations. Number 5, the key insights from the performance review. Several important insights emerge from the data, from the analysis of the 2025 case census. Number 1, high workload concentration at the High Court requires continued attention to case allocation and judicial deployment. Number 2, backlog remains a persistent challenge, concentrated among older cases and specific matter types, necessitating targeted interventions. Number 3, alternative resolution mechanisms, notably mediation, are contributing to case disposal and should be strengthened. And then, last but not least, data clarity from the census enables us to propose interventions which are grounded in evidence and not perception. Number 6, the strategic priorities going forward. What are our strategic priorities going forward? 1, based on this performance review, the High Court will focus its efforts on the following priorities. 1, strengthening early case management practices to resolve matters before they actually become entrenched. Number 2, targeting backlog with data-led backlog clearance strategies that prioritize part-hard and long-pending cases so that they're out of the system. Number 3, expanding the use of mediation and consensual resolution options where appropriate, including, of course, plea bargain and small claims procedure. Number 4, optimizing judicial deployment and workload distribution based on current and projected caseloads. And lastly, leveraging ICT systems such as ECMIS to improve our accountability, to improve our tracking, to improve our reporting. These priorities are not abstract, but concretely linked to systems and instruments we now possess, including the census data and the digital case management tools. As I conclude, the High Court performed under conditions of sustained pressure in the year 2025. managing a substantial and diverse caseload while making a disposal through mediation and other approaches like plea bargains, small claims procedure. The latest center has given us unprecedented visibility into the dynamics of pending and backlog cases, enabling clearer planning and focused judicial action. I think we asked this acting registrar to make available the case census so that it helps the judicial officers, because everyone's performance is there individually. Yes, everyone's, I think we have a digital one and we have some hard copies. So at least you get time, read and see where you are. You can actually, every High Court judge, your performance is there. The latest census has of course given us unprecedented visibility into the dynamics of pending backlog cases, enabling clearer planning and focused judicial action. If we use this data constructively, it should not be used like it is for a blame game. If we use it constructively, strengthen our best practices, maintain discipline in case management, we'll continue to inch closer to timely, fair and predictable justice across the High Court and indeed across the judiciary. I thank you, my Lord.
Thank you very much. My Lord, the PJ, you've done well on time. You left us 1 minute, and you have set a very good pace. I believe that your neighbors will do even better. May I now take this opportunity to call upon Justice Geoffrey Chiriabwire of the Court of Appeal to make his presentation.
Thank you very much, Session Chair, my Lord, the Honorable Chief Justice, my Lord, the Principal Judge, all protocol observed. My presentation will be projected. It will be highlights. The detailed one will be made available to you in hard copy. So if we can have that projected so that we can run together. Thank you. So we'll go to the next slide. That's not the next slide. My Lord, we have the establishment of the Court of Appeal and Constitutional Court. You know it. I will not go into those details, but we flag it for ease of reference. Next. So we have a establishment workforce of 198 staff at the Court of Appeal, broken down in female and male in that category, as you can see. Just for detail, we have more female than male. At the court, we can continue to the next slide. The next slide will show our overall performance. Significant for this particular conference is the highlight that the court completed 2,253 matters during the year under review, thus smashing the 2000 year where we had 1,024, and therefore we have doubled, and this is the highest performance in the Court of Appeal to date. The other thing which we note is, in spite of this performance, you will see that workload continues to increase. So we came in the year under review with 12,703, and we have left with 13,908. I suppose this is as a result of the increased number of judges at the High Court. Next. So again, that shows you in a snapshot what is happening. The most important thing is that there is now a clear correlation between what is being registered and what is being completed, so we're down to just about 1,000. If we had had the full complement of the establishment of the Court of Appeal, I think this would have been completed, so that is a clear recommendation that we have full force in order to achieve what we need to do. Next. Civil registry, you can see over there that for the year under consideration, we completed 1,187 matters. If you go over the years before, that is more than double the work that we have been doing over the years 2024 and 2023. Perhaps significant for this meeting to note is that whereas we have continuously said that applications reflect about half or more than half of our workload, for the year under review, you will see that compared to what has been the output, we went lower for the first time than previously because of good gatekeeping on applications. So that is something worth taking note of. Next. In the constitutional registry, you see that in the year under review, we completed 138, but you can see that from the time when we had started coming forward, we had been bringing forward 215, and now we're down to 126, so we have been clearing to the best of our ability what is happening in the constitutional registry. Please recall that this required impaneling 5 as opposed to 3 justices, and now that we have a bigger workforce, this one is likely to improve over the year coming. Next. Criminal registry, this has our highest output. Completed during the year under consideration, 398, just a little lower than 2024, but input and output is about 1-to-1. So again, indicating a high level of cases coming into the court. I'm glad that we have had some discussion around cases involving plea bargain, because those are cases which really, if handled well at the High Court, will not need to come to the Court of Appeal and will reduce our workload. Next. So for the mediation registry, we are carrying out appellate mediation, and you can see over the year's 3-year projection, starting from 2023, we started with 89 going into 245, and now we are having registered 317, meaning that we have more than tripled the workload in the mediation registry. And if you look at what was completed in the year 2025, we have 333 matters completed through the appellate mediation registry. This is an absolute record. Those who are jealous will not clap. So if you look around our spread in sessions, you can see that sessions, both civil and criminal, were around the country, and that is our footprint for the year under review. Next. We have several achievements that we had during the year under review. We had increased number of justices. We transitioned to paperless court, which means that now all our work is coming out of ICMIS. That is a great transformation that has taken place at the court. We have started and we will continue with retreats for the justices. This has been very, very fundamental in establishing uniformity in our work practices. We have continued with stakeholder engagements. We have a very active court users committee, and we continue to take counsel from them and agreement on the way we should be doing our work. But perhaps one of the very good tools that we use are the weekly meetings. They are fairly regular, and we consult for purposes of consistency, coordination, and continuous improvement. Our challenges flow from the difficulties that we have seen during the year. We continue to have inadequate resources, both human, that is on the non-judicial side and judicial side. We are particularly keen to see full complement of the judicial side. That will significantly help us. Coming into our appeals, we have the challenge of poor transcription coming out of the High Court. There are a lot of transcripts which have gaps or errors. We would like to see an improvement in that area so that we can do our work more efficiently. We continuously have need for training. The details are in the hard copy report. We continue to have incomplete court records coming from the High Court. We have tried to put a committee to resolve this and hope that this will get out of the way and improve our work abilities. Our equipment is starting to age, and that is starting to affect us. And somehow, because we have gone to some of the electronic tools, our library is not well equipped. We still need some of these materials because what we have is outdated. Next. So recommendations 1 and 2 speaking to filling human resource, both judicial and non-judicial. Number 3 speaks into the increased need for funding so that we can be able to improve our outputs and activities. Many of them, we try to do those that are zero rated in terms of funding, but we still have a lot that requires funding. 4, we ask for improved records coming from the lower courts, especially at the level of certification. Please, registrars, look at them before we certify them. 5, we are working with the committee, with the Honorable the Principal Judge to to manage files that are missing. 6, we need new equipment. And 7, we have spoken into on-job training. Now, and also 7, also the materials for the library. We want to welcome and ask you to welcome with us 8 new justices of the Court of Appeal, raising our number to 20. For the first time in the history of the Court of Appeal, we now have a strength of 20. In the same way, notable farewells, we have a unique situation where we bid farewell to 2 Deputy Chief Justices within the same period of reporting. Please thank them for the good work that they have done. My lords, we do believe in wellness and collegiality, and that's evidence that we do so. And from the team of the Court of Appeal and Constitutional Court, we thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Justice Jawide from the Court of Appeal. Just as I was beginning to find a means of getting back to you and saying you are about to overshoot, you stopped. Thank you for making my work easy. We now go to Justice Lillian of the Supreme Court, and I have no doubt that she will do even better time-wise. No pressure at all. Justice Lillian, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Lord Chair. What I present on behalf of the Supreme Court are just highlights of the performance of the Supreme Court for the year 2025. Because of the time given, I will just talk about what the status, what our status will be based on the census report of 2025. And I'll talk about strategies which we have tried to use to improve our performance, and also share with you the strategies we intend to use in the years ahead. We have had, in the year 2025, 10 active justices of the Supreme Court, which was headed by the Honorable, the Chief Justice Alphonsi Chigamoyo Winyidolo, now Chief Justice Emeritus. Chief Justice Emeritus retired from service on the 18th of January 2026, and the court welcomed Honorable Justice Dr. Flavian Zeija, the new Chief Justice of Uganda, as the head of the Supreme Court. We thank God for his timely arrival, and we pledge to support him. He has hit the ground running, because as you all know, we have started dealing with the presidential election petition. Yes, I've used the National Court Case Census of 2025 to report where we are. The National Case Census reported that the Supreme Court has a total of 1,000 pending cases. 219 of these cases are backlog cases, and 31 cases have been at the court for more than 10 years. Nevertheless, there was improved performance when you compare the cases which were completed in the year 2025 compared to the 4 preceding years. What strategies do we use to improve? The court prioritized older cases, especially in the criminal case, in the criminal appeals category. The registry identified the old cases and worked together with the Uganda prisons and the Office of the Directorate of Public Prosecution to ensure their timely hearing. The weed-out sessions were conducted to deal with these cases and to deal with cases that were no longer viable. Out of the 2 weed-out sessions conducted in September 2025, 25 cases were heard, 21 were completed during the sessions. One of the strategies we intend to use is to really reflect on the court's jurisdiction. We are keenly aware that the Supreme Court is the highest judicial authority in Uganda's legal system. It is the final court of appeal and the ultimate interpreter of the Constitution. The consequence is that the court's decision bind all other courts, and its decisions should really aim at protecting fundamental human rights and to ensure that the law and the government action as well as the law align with constitutional values. So what are we reflecting on? We believe that we must revisit the jurisdiction of the court and perhaps narrow the nature of matters that should find their way to the court. As I've already said, we have 1,000 cases pending before the court. But due to the institutional position of the Supreme Court as the apex court, there may be need to slowly move away from incremental development of the law based on the resolution of individual cases towards the elaboration of general principles that can unify large areas of the law and provide meaningful guidance to the courts below and to the legal community. So there is a call that the court should only handle matters of law certified as of great public or general importance, as is the case with matters which originate from decisions of the magistrates. The jury is still out and will come back to you to consider whether this is the way we should go, dealing with matters of law certified as of great public or general importance. Yes, we are saying the jury is still out, but we have sister jurisdictions which we can borrow a leaf from, such as the UK and Kenya, where the apex courts only handle matters of law which are of great public interest. We also employed some new strategies, even as we wait for others, and one of them is that we prepared a protocol on judgment writing in 2025, and we adopted it as a court to guide the collegial judgment writing process. This was for purposes of enhancing efficiency, and also we also recommended several amendments to the Supreme Court rules. The draft was submitted to the Law Reform Committee for further consultations. We have also used virtual systems, and litigants who are outside jurisdiction or far away from the court, as well as appellants who are in prison, can use video conferencing to facilitate the hearings. This has promoted convenience and cut down on the cost of cases, rather on the cost of cases for proceedings, for case processing for all the stakeholders. The justices too have embraced the use of video conferencing facilities to avoid adjournments in instances where a particular justice is out of the jurisdiction or for some other reason cannot be physically present in court. So court sessions have proceeded with some of the justices on the panel appearing virtually. Most recently, we had training on the use of artificial intelligence in legal research and case management. And we engaged in practical, or participants engaged in physically navigating the platforms to test several features, such as demonstrating how legal tasks can move from manual processes to AI-supported workflows with verified sources and secure sessions. We will continue with the training. The court received a week-long training in the management of presidential election petitions in December 2025. And we are pleased to see our colleagues from Kenya who actually facilitated the training. Thank you very much, Justice Dr. Wanjala and Justice Isaac Lenawola for having joined us, and now you are here again to share your wisdom with us. During the training, the justices, the registrars, as well as our research magistrates all benefited from the training. We, however, learned a lesson, and this was a lesson from other jurisdictions, that such training must be conducted way before elections and must not be a one-off. So I hope that in 2031, or in preparation for the 2031 presidential elections, we will start the training earlier. Now, challenges encountered. We have encountered challenges in forming quorums, especially in constitutional matters. The quorum of the Supreme Court is 5 in civil and criminal appeals, and is 7 in constitutional appeals. Considering that some of their lordships at the court participated in matters at the Court of Appeal before being elevated to the Supreme Court, we can only have one quorum at a time. And it is often difficult to raise quorum, especially for constitutional appeals. We have prepared a list of cases which necessitate appointment of acting justices. The head of the court will take advantage of the law which allows for the appointment of acting justices so that we deal with these cases during this year. Another challenge we face is abuse of court processes or court process. There's a growing habit of litigants filing further appeals disguised as applications for review. Litigants hide under the slip rule embodied in the rules of the court to bring applications, and they also hide under Rule 2.2, the rule on inherent powers of the court, and in essence, they request the court to sit in their own cases as an appellate court. We have also dealt with a number of criminal appeals challenging severity of sentence, and yet this is barred by Section 523 of the Judicial Act. The challenge we face is that to dismiss a matter filed in contravention of the law, we still require to sit as a full quorum of the court, and there is need to review the law. Mediation. During the 2025 annual judges meeting, we committed to introduce mediation as a strategy for expediting case disposal at the court. Since we started its implementation in May 2025, 9 cases have been registered. 6 have gone through the mediation process, but out of this, 1 has been successfully settled and 1 partially succeeded. The nature of cases which are registered for mediation are commercial disputes as well as land disputes. The mediation registry is yet to be fully operationalized. But I want to thank my colleagues, and I want to thank Chief Justice Emeritus, and indeed welcome the new Chief Justice on board the Supreme Court team. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Justice Lillian. No, I will not comment on time management. But in the unlikely event that there are any reactions to this presentation, because I doubt that you would cross and ask a question about another court. I'm not saying it's impossible, but, and then if you had a question about your own court, I'm sure the presentation was with all your agreement and consensus. But let me not muzzle anybody. If there are any questions, comments, please feel free. We are taking only 2. Yes, there's a wellness hand clap which says, Asante Sana. Thank you very much.
Judicial Integrity Network, which gathered responses from participants in 102 countries. 76% of judges and members of the judiciary do not maintain optimal physical and mental well-being, often due to massive workloads, burnout, or stigma around the judicial stress. Thus, the Nauru Declaration on Judicial Well-being 2024 and the United Nations General Assembly Resolution of March 2025 have both proclaimed the July 25th as the International Day of Judicial Well-being. Allow me to use this opportunity to request the Permanent Secretary of the Judiciary and the Chief Registrar to ensure that this day is observed annually by the Judiciary. And on this day, we should be able to reflect on our judicial well-being. It can be a whole day's event. How are we doing? Do we have people who are losing their minds? Or what do we, Yeah, these are possibilities. You know, because we are isolated, you can have a mental problem, and then the only way they get to know is when you do something unthinkable, like you are in a civil matter and then you sentence someone to death. That's when they can remember that actually there is a problem of this judicial officer. Otherwise, they may not know. The Nauru Declaration and the UN resolution advocate for systemic support for judges, reinforcing that judicial well-being is not a privilege. It is a necessity for strong and independent legal systems. Let me point out that the Nauru Declaration draws from a wealth of international documents and practices that call for the safeguarding of judicial integrity. For example, the Bangalore Principles of Judicial Conduct emphasize patience, diligence, and integrity as critical for the protection of democracy and human rights. And Article 11 of the United Nations Convention Against Corruption likewise highlights the role of judicial integrity, the role judicial integrity plays in tackling corruption. A judiciary that is supported and resilient is far better equipped to resist undue influence and maintain public trust, and this resilience is rooted in the well-being of judicial officers. The Constitution of the Republic of Uganda vests judicial authority in the people and mandates the judiciary to administer justice in their name in accordance with the law, values, and aspirations of our society. To live up to this sacred trust, the judiciary must not only be independent and competent, but also healthy, resilient, ethical, and empathetic. However, when we speak of the independence of the judiciary, the rule of law, and the efficiency of the courts, we rarely speak of the individuals who make this possible. The justices, judges, registrars, magistrates, and all other staff of the judiciary. Behind every judgment, there is a person who experiences stress, exhaustion, and emotional burden of human tragedy. Now, this emotional burden of human tragedy is perhaps more pronounced. I remember when I was handling a matter, of a defilement matter, where a young girl, I think, was defied. I don't remember the age, but I think around 2 years old. She was defied, and I think she was never taken to hospital, and then she got a problem. I think the uterus started rotting, and she was removed, and she underwent reconstructive surgery. So when I was trying the matter, I could see the man who did it, a very old man, in the dock over there, and then I would see the young girl as my daughter. You start seeing the young, of course the girl was praying in court. She was oblivious of what she had gone through. Of course it will hit her when she's mature, to know that she cannot have a family, she cannot, because of the actions of someone. So now at the end of the day, when you finish the trial, then you start seeing that emotional burden of human tragedy starts weighing down on you as if you are the one who committed the offense. Because you start seeing that girl as your daughter, you know. So judicial well-being is not a sign of weakness or a luxury. It's a fundamental requirement for a just society. Like I have already mentioned, a healthy, supported judiciary is less vulnerable to corruption and external influence. Conversely, a stressed, burned out, or isolated judges is more likely to face health challenges that can impact their judgments and decision making, which, as studies suggest, can lead to decreased public confidence in the judicial system. Of course, in strategic management, they say if you do a job that has no stress, that job is going to bore you. Stress is necessary, some minimum level of stress. It is actually encouraged under strategic management that people must be stressed a bit. So if you do a job that has no stress, you know that you are not doing anything serious. So we must recognize that the pressure faced by judicial officers, chronic stress, now that is the one which is dangerous, the chronic stress. But stress is okay. High volumes of workloads and exposure to traumatic materials are unique and demanding. Therefore, taking care of our mental and physical health is not selfish. It is a duty to the rule of law. Now, going forward, of course, we shall be constructing structures that have physical facilities on them, like the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal are. So going forward, any construction we shall be building, let's say, High Court circuits, we shall have a gym as part of the planning. However, I note that the uptake of the gym facilities at the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal is too low. When I go there, I look through the book and see how many have signed. It's worrying. I know when you go to the Supreme Court one, you will find a Cherkovisa signs. She's very active on that. Let me not point out names. but the uptake is worrying. So even as we put these facilities, you must utilize them for your well-being. So to move forward, we must do the following. Number one, acknowledge and destigmatize. We must normalize the conversation around mental health and stress within the judicial profession. Those affected must be able to come out with the confidence that they will be assisted. You see, actually, one of the most difficult situations, when I was principal judge, I could see some of our colleagues have these issues. Now, the biggest challenge I would face was how to approach them. How do you go and tell someone that the way I look at you, you seem to be degenerating towards the other direction? So we need to create that confidence where people can come out if they are facing certain challenges and discuss them either with the administration or peers. Two, foster support systems. We must cultivate a supportive, collaborative, and inclusive culture where colleagues can rely on one another, including mentoring and judicial buddies. The Judiciary has already taken strides in the creation of peer groups for judicial officers, and it is my wish that we utilize them. Now, I'm sure you all received these peer groups. You know where you belong. If you have a challenge, share with your peers. It is very dangerous to suffer alone. Sometimes a problem shared is a problem solved. If you keep it to yourself, you may end up with a more serious problem. So those peer committees, kindly, my lords, your worships, utilize them. They are not for decoration. Invest in wellness. As Chief Justice, I will ensure that we implement institutionalized support, including training on stress management, work-life balance, and where necessary, access to professional and confidential help. I think in the morning, I don't remember whether it was Zemokor who said that he directed someone to Butabika, and the person said, if they see me coming from that mental hospital, they will think I'm also, the wires are off. So I think there was also this idea we had suggested when I was principal judge that we could bring like psychologists within the building. Then the people started raising an issue that you see, when the people see you going there, if the office, let's say, is on the ground floor, and then they see the Chief Justice going there, then they will start saying, it appears there are issues. So I think it's a wider discussion we need to have and find a solution. But we must have these facilities. Here at this conference venue, a medical camp composed of a team of medical workers from Murago National Referral Hospital, led by an associate consultant that has been organized for your benefit. Kindly make use of the medical camp. We have already established gym facilities accessible to all judges at the Court of Appeal and Supreme Court buildings. The same will be extended to courts in other regions. We introduced aerobic sessions at the courts on Wednesdays and Fridays, which I encourage all staff of the judiciary to participate in. Let us all be mindful that a healthy body leads to a healthy mind. We shall also continue to lobby for resources, for improved teams, for improved terms of work and service. Let us remember that to deliver meaningful justice to others, we must first ensure justice for ourselves in the form of care and well-being. When we protect the well-being of our judicial officers and other staff, we protect the very foundations of justice. The Judiciary's strategic plan. The Judiciary is currently implementing the strategic plan 6, approved by the Judicial Top Management on January 21st, 2026, covering the period of financial 2025-2026 to 2029-2030. It sets out the strategic direction for strengthening the judiciary's capacity to deliver responsive, efficient, and equitable justice for all. The plan builds on the gains and lessons of the 5th Judicial Strategic Plan 5 and responds to emerging challenges in the justice sector, while aligning with the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, the Administration of the Judiciary Act 2020, National Development Plan 4, the Administration of Justice Program, and other regional and global development frameworks. The overall goal of the JSP 6 is to build a responsive and efficient judiciary that guarantees equitable access to justice for all. The strategic objectives which guide all strategic interventions and resource allocation during the planned period will include the following. Number one, improvement of court processes and case management. So we shall dedicate a lot of resources to that. Number two, enhancement of equitable access to judicial services. And number three, strengthening of policy, legal, and decisional capacity of the judiciary, among others. To achieve the above objectives, we have identified interventions aimed at improving service delivery and institutional performance. To wit, number one, continuity of digital transformation and automation of court processes. And I think this is going to be my emphasis. We must use technology, we must leverage technology to ensure that we do many of the things that we shouldn't be doing, that we have not been doing. For example, judges should not be seen typing anything. We should have softwares that enable voice to text, so that the judge just speaks into the machine and the machine writes the judgment. That's why some of you have problems with your hands. That should stop. We should have a judgment writing tool, which we are already pre-testing, so that you are able to write a judgment within a very short time. We should employ AI, of course, with caution in many of the aspects. Now, for example, for inspection, there is no reason why an inspector should travel from here to Moyo. We are going to employ IT tools, PC, mobile, all those, to ensure that if you are absent at your station as Chief Justice, I will know on that day. Because we will be having biometric logins at your place of work, but also with the available tools that are existing now, if you don't log in the system at your place of work, I will know. So we must be able to use technology, and I can assure you within 2 years, all these will be in place. We shall have a situation room whereby the Chief Justice, the Deputy Chief Justice, and the Principal Judge can monitor anything where a judgment has been delivered. It should be on the screen. Instead of watching CNN, I should be watching performance. And that's where we are heading. Then two, case backlog reduction and improved case management strategies. I think we shall emphasize trainings in respect of this direction. Deployment of research support. We have, at the moment, we have Nexus, although they have been complaining that you are not using it. I think the uptake was very low. I think Justice Chidiabwire can attest to this. But we need to employ all these research support. We have URI, we have different leads, Kenya Lee, we have Tanzania Lee, all those leads can be used for support. And then, of course, research assistant. Then specialized case handling. We shall do a lot of training in this direction. We shall expand the ADR. I think you notice that at the Court of Appeal, for example, there used to be belief that you cannot mediate a Court of Appeal matter, but I think you saw the statistics which they have really presented. Very, very, very big strides. So we are going to expand this at the Supreme Court as well, and then the rest of the courts. I think we had an ADR conference on Friday. Those of you who attended, you know what we discussed. Strengthening staff supervision. As I've mentioned, we must earn our salaries. This is going to be very critical, staff supervision. expansion and modernization of the judicial infrastructure, including construction of courts, archives, and institutional houses. Now, I emphasize institutional houses. We've been having challenges where our judicial officers are posted far away from here, and then they struggle looking for houses. I think one of the things I remember very well was when I went to a place called Kabong in Karamoja, and I found our judicial officer was staying in a police barracks. He had there a small manyata. And when he disagreed with the DPC, he was evicted. So now we shall be having institutional houses, and I think we have already started doing this. And I would also emphasize this with His Excellency, that he must support us in this direction. We have done Karenga, Nabiratuk. We've already started this. Rubuguri. We are already building institutional houses, so that when we post judicial officers in those hard-to-reach areas where there are no houses to rent, they should be comfortable. Then we are deploying mobile courts, especially for areas. Here, for mobile courts, we already have specifications. We shall be acquiring trucks, which we can use for some of the areas where we don't have courts. We can, like on a market day, we can go there and serve the people. Then, of course, also islands. I think for islands, we've acquired, we are trying to acquire boats. One is already delivered. Because we have islands, some of you may not have visited these places. I visited Buvuma, and I didn't know that actually there is an island which is bigger than the Buvuma Island, where you take 7 hours to reach in a boat. These ordinary boats. And you know, our judicial officers are always worried to travel on those public boats, because you can reach in the middle of the lake, and then the litigants do justice on you by tripping you over, and you will have no witnesses because it is in the middle of the lake. So we are acquiring these boats so they will help our judicial officers to reach these islands. There is an island called Mazinga, which is at the border with Tanzania, and first of all, to access Karangara, because that's the code they use, you first enter Tanzania waters, because the waters on the Ugandan side are very ruthless. You can't pass there. So they first enter Tanzania waters and then curve and come to Karangara, and it costs 400,000 shillings because you must hire a boat to be able to come to court. So we must be able to help these islands, and we are going to put in place a program where we are going to construct courts on these islands, and so that then the people can also be served. Then we shall invest heavily in human resource development. And I think as the ED said, when I was deploying him at JTI, I told him I want trainings that are focused, that are result-oriented, that are not ad hoc, so that judicial officers can factor them into their calendar. We no longer want to hear that so-and-so has sponsored a training on hunting birds, and then the JTI says the judges come and learn this. No, we must have a program. Then, of course, we must build integrity, and then we must improve staff welfare. So we shall look at a holistic approach to staff welfare. What do we need to do for staff welfare to improve it? Accordingly, the judiciary will make it a priority to employ interventions that promote staff well-being in order to ultimately ensure that those who seek our services get excellent services. We must never forget that Ugandans are increasingly seeking judicial services that are accessible, affordable, and timely, moving away from a system that is perceived to serve only the wealthy few. And my lord, is why we complain about this backlog. You need to remember that the Hill report actually says that only 10% of the litigants come to our courts. So have we ever imagined if 20% decided to come? What would we do with all these numbers? So judicial leadership values and public trust, which is going to be my last. Judges are not only adjudicators, but also leaders. The culture of a court station reflects the values of its leadership, discipline, integrity, empathy, and innovation. discipline, integrity, empathy, and innovation should start from the bench, and the rest should follow. My lords, when you are in charge of a station, especially the High Court judges, you must know that you are our first point of call. Whatever you do there will reflect how we are perceived. I remember PJ Emeritus here, Bamwine can attest to this. I would feel good whenever he would transfer me and a team comes to his chambers to protest. It happened for Masaka. It also happened for Mbarara, but for Mbarara was coming as principal judge, so they gave up. That's when you feel you have served the community when they don't want you to leave. But when they are transferring you, or when they approach the PJ to transfer you before your time, then you know you are in trouble. That is the time to reflect, to know that you are actually doing nothing for that community. So, let's try to do that. We become the torch. Institutional and individual independence do not insulate us from accountability. The people of Uganda are the ultimate beneficiaries of our labor, and their confidence in our work can only be earned daily through fairness, efficiency, and ethical conduct. Only then shall we win the public trust that we badly need to execute our roles proficiently. Therefore, we must all guard against vices that bring the judiciary into disrepute, like corruption, absenteeism, poor customer care, poor time management, and undue adjournments and late judgments, among others. You know, it's so sad that people move and come to your court, they have traveled long distances, and then when they arrive at your station, you are not there. Or you arrive at any time you want. When I was an advocate, we went to Masaka. There was a retired justice who we arrived at 9. We waited for him at 11:30. He came in. There were some 2 ladies waiting for him outside. He entered in his chambers, started talking to them. At midnight, he called us in and said, I'm diabetic. I have to go and take something. So we said, okay, no problem. We went to Masaka, also looked for something to eat. We came back. He returned at 3 and only had one case and adjourned the rest of us. We were so annoyed that if we had the powers, we could have gotten him out of his chambers and subjected him to disciplinary action. So, but you can imagine the anger we generated. So you need to know that especially poor time management and delayed hearings and all that can really rattle the society the wrong way. Let us all ensure that we have excellent court services based on the 3 pillars of hearing, death certainty, efficiency, and the culture of service. In conclusion, my lords, the administration of justice is a service to humanity. Judges are healers of social conflict, custodians of rights, and anchors of constitutional democracy. To serve efficiently, we must remain intact physically, emotionally, and psychologically. We should ensure that we are of sound health at all times. Over the next 3 days, I urge you to engage deeply in discussions, reflect honestly on your own wellness, and recommit yourselves to ethical excellence, compassion, and diligence. Let us embrace judiciary that is efficient, yet humane, firm, yet empathetic, and independent, yet accountable. And my lords, we have a residential conference. Take time to bond and interact. Avoid these cocoons of, Supreme Court alone, Court of Appeal alone, High Court alone. No, you interact. Know each other. Some of you don't even know who the judges are. I'm sure you meet them and say, how are you, your worship? So this is the opportunity you have to interact. I extend my boundless gratitude to the executive and the Parliament of Uganda for their continued support, and to all judicial officers for your sacrifice and dedication in serving the people of Uganda. With those few, are they few? It is now my singular honor to invite Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, to talk to your people and officially open the 27th Annual Judges Conference 2026 for God and my country.
So I would like to thank those that chose the theme. Wellness is very important if we are to deliver to the people that we serve. And I am very confident that the facilitators who have been invited to do the correct thing at the right time during this conference will do due diligence to all of us. I have already said I am here as a representative, and I do not want to water down the message of His Excellency the President, which I was sent with to deliver to you. I would now like you to allow me to articulate the message to you as it is. I am pleased to join you once again at the opening of this annual Judges Conference. I extend warm greetings to all judicial officers gathered here and to all our distinguished guests from within and beyond our borders. I congratulate the Judiciary for convening the 27th conference and for sustaining this important tradition of reflection, accountability, and renewal. I thank the Chief Justice for the invitation and for the continued leadership of the Judiciary in service of our people. Our NRM manifesto is anchored on building a stable, disciplined, and productive society governed by strong and effective institutions. Under the National Development Plan 5, government has prioritized human capital development, public sector efficiency, and institutional performance as key drivers of socio-economic transformation. The Judiciary is central to this agenda. It is in that context that the theme you have chosen, judicial wellness, a tool for effective case management, becomes particularly relevant. Judicial wellness is therefore not a peripheral concern. It is a strategic governance issue. A healthy, organized, and well-led judiciary is a productive judiciary, one that clears cases faster, manages pressure better, and delivers predictable justice. It is both timely and strategic. Our 1995 Constitution is clear. Judicial power is derived from the people and must be exercised in their name, in accordance with their values, and for their benefit. Justice must therefore be accessible, timely, impartial, and respectful. However, this constitutional promise cannot be fully realized if those who administer justice are overwhelmed, exhausted, or unsupported. I wish to remind you that effective justice systems lie at the very heart of every democratic country. There is no country that can be stable, prosperous, or sovereign without an effective system of justice. When we took responsibility for leadership in 1986, Uganda had suffered institutional breakdown, impunity, and disorder, and due to this breakdown, the country was suffering from high levels of lawlessness and high-handedness. One of our central tasks was to restore authority, discipline, and respect for the law. That work must be sustained. Our people should experience justice not in legal theory, but in time taken to resolve disputes, the cost involved, and the certainty of outcomes. When cases delay, citizens lose confidence, investors hesitate, and social tensions rise. Justice delayed is therefore justice denied. That is why I have consistently emphasized speed, efficiency, and discipline across all state institutions, including the judiciary. Let us be honest. Backlogs are not caused by laws alone. They arise from systems, organizations, leadership, and human capacity. Judges are human beings. They carry heavy workloads, face public pressure, and handle emotionally demanding matters. If that pressure is not well managed, it affects our output. Fatigue leads to delay. Delay leads to dissatisfaction. Dissatisfaction leads to instability. So to say, the strength of our justice system ultimately depends on the physical, mental, and ethical well-being of those entrusted with judicial power. Let me reiterate government's position clearly. A strong, independent, and efficient judiciary is indispensable to democracy, peace, and national development. It underpins investor confidence, protects rights, resolves disputes, and maintains social order. This is why we continue to support judicial infrastructure expansion, staffing, training, and institutional reform, even as we demand discipline, integrity, and accountability. I wish to speak about three interconnected concepts: the Africanization of justice, the judiciary as an enabler of wealth creation, and the central theme of judicial wellness. These are not separate ideas, but different facets of the same goal. A justice system that is rooted in our context, responsive to our people, and a conducive environment to our prosperity. First, the Africanization of justice means grounding our legal processes in the realities, values, and wisdom of African societies. It means recognizing that justice is not only derived in courtrooms, but also through community reconciliation, restorative practices, and indigenous conflict resolution mechanisms. Our Constitution itself acknowledges this by providing for traditional and cultural leaders in the administration of justice. The promotion of alternative justice system is not a step backward, but it is a step inward towards a justice system that is more accessible, more understandable, and more meaningful to the ordinary Ugandan. When our people see themselves in the justice system, they trust it more. And a trusted judiciary is a strong judiciary. Second, the judiciary as an enabler of wealth creation. This is a critical but often overlooked function of the courts. Wealth is created in an environment where property rights are secure, contracts are enforced, commercial disputes are resolved swiftly, and innovation is protected. Delayed justice in a land dispute can stall a farming cooperative for years. A backlog in the commercial court can cause a small business to collapse. A slow appeal can deter a foreign investor. Therefore, every judgment you write, every case you manage, every backlog you clear is not just an act of law. It is an act of economic enablement. You are the guardians of the legal predictability that allows Ugandans to plan, invest, build, and prosper. By efficiently adjudicating cases, especially commercial, land, and intellectual property matters, you directly contribute to capital formation, job creation, and national income growth. Let us connect to judicial wellness. An overburdened, stressed, and fatigued judge cannot effectively Africanize justice or enable wealth creation. How can a judge thoughtfully apply principles of restorative justice if they are managing 500 files? How can a judge write a clear precedent-setting commercial ruling under cognitive exhaustion? The strain you face, rising early, sitting for long hours, facing confrontation, and carrying the vicarious trauma of those you serve directly impacts the quality, speed, and innovation of your work. But investment must produce results. Technology must reduce delays, not create new excuses. Alternative disputes resolution must decongest costs, not remain a side activity. Leadership at court stations must enforce standards. Timelines and discipline must be enforced. Judicial independence does not mean absence of accountability. I am encouraged that this conference will address alternative disputes resolution and alternative justice systems, case management in complex matters, sentencing consistency, technology, and judicial leadership. These are practical tools for improving performance and restoring public confidence. On alternative disputes resolution and alternative justice systems, let me be clear. Uganda has long traditions of resolving disputes through dialogue and reconciliation. Courts should not be the first stop for every dispute. Judges must actively manage cases and guide parties towards appropriate resolution mechanisms. This reduces pressure on the judiciary and allows courts to focus on serious and complex matters. Further, an efficient judiciary ensures that government programs are not unnecessarily delayed by litigation. It fosters a culture of patriotism by demonstrating that state institutions work with integrity and speed for the benefit of all the people. As I come to the conclusion, I wish to acknowledge the leadership of the judiciary during the period of transition. I commend the retiring Chief Justice for his dedicated service to the nation and for the reforms undertaken during his tenure. In particular, the deliberate re-engineering of alternative disputes resolution and alternative justice systems that laid a firm institutional foundation for mediation, reconciliation, and community-based justice. These reforms strengthened access to justice, reduced pressure on former courts, and advanced the Africanization of justice by promoting approaches that are restorative, practical, and rooted in our values and traditions. This contribution has provided a coordinated framework for positioning alternative dispute resolution, as a central pillar of justice delivery. I also wish to congratulate His Lordship, the Chief Justice, the Honorable Dr. Flavian Zeija, upon assuming this important responsibility as the new Chief Justice of Uganda. As the judiciary enters the new phase, it is expected to consolidate existing reforms, strengthen efficiency and integrity, and enhance public confidence in the administration of justice. I trust that under this leadership, the judiciary will continue to align its work with national development priorities and play its role in the transformation of Uganda. As you deliberate during this conference, I urge you to focus on practical solutions that reduce backlog, improve turnaround time, and strengthen public confidence. Every completed land, commercial, and criminal disputes enhances the economic development of our country. The Wananchi are watching. They want results from you. I thank you for your service and commitment to the country. And ladies and gentlemen, my Lord the Chief Justice, it is now my honor to declare the 27th Annual Judges Conference officially open. I wish you fruitful deliberations, and I thank you for your kind attention.
Another round of applause for Her Excellency for opening the new law year. Your Excellency, we thank you. We thank you first for your advice to us about wellness. And indeed, Your Excellency, a word is enough for the wise. We shall also follow keenly, Your Excellency, for that gym that is exclusive to women. We shall open talks about that. Your Excellency, we also thank you for delivering the address of His Excellency the President, and for opening the 27th Annual Judges Conference under the theme, Judicial Wellness, a Tool for Effective Case Management. This conference will no doubt equip us with the necessary skills that we so very much need to have a work-life balance. And we are glad, Your Excellency, that this conversation is happening.
To regional and international human rights and justice mechanisms. He served as a commissioner and vice chairperson of the African Commission on Human Rights from October 2006 to November 2011, and is currently a member of the United Nations Working Group on arbitrary detention. Dr. Malira presently serves as chair of the Africa Chief Justice ADR Forum, having received a baton from the founding chair of the forum, the Honorable Justice Chigamoyo Winnie-Dolo. My Lord CJ, that is the presenter that we have. Kindly allow me invite my Lord CJ through you, our keynote speaker, His Lordship Justice Mumba Malira, Chief Justice of Zambia. My Lord CJ Zambia, you are welcome. You have the floor, my Lord.
Thank you very much, Professor Andrew, for those very kind remarks, introductory remarks. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Loud and clear.
Hello?
Yes, my Lord, we can hear you well.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you so much. My Lord, Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda, my lords and ladies, justices of various courts of Uganda, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to begin by tendering my sincere apologies for the mix-up in the programming. I think, as I explained earlier to Justice Kauka, we had some logistical problems because I traveled out of Lusaka this morning to Ndola, where our criminal session will begin tomorrow. But I'm glad that, the Judiciary of Uganda has given me this accommodation and adjusted the program accordingly. So I am deeply honored to address the distinguished gathering of Ugandan judges following the gracious invitation to me by my brother, the Chief Justice Emeritus of the Republic of Uganda, Honorable Mr. Justice Alfonso Chigamayo Owini-Dolo, and also, of course, the invitation by the Judiciary of Uganda. Allow me to begin by conveying to all of you warm greetings from the Judiciary of the Republic of Zambia. Thank you very, very much indeed for inviting me to speak at this very important annual ceremony in the Ugandan Judiciary's legal calendar, which provides, as I understand, a very invaluable platform for sharing experiences, ideas, and solutions aimed at improving justice delivery in Uganda. This conference provides a vital platform for reflection and commitment to the values that support effective justice delivery, not only in Uganda, but on our continent. The chosen theme, that is to say, judicial wellness, a tool for effective case management, is simply thoughtful. It recognizes the effectiveness of judicial systems and their inseparability from the physical, mental, emotional, and institutional well-being of those entrusted with the administration of justice. And in our African judicial context, we share common realities. We suffer, for example, from increased caseloads, persistent backlogs, limited resources, public expectations, which are sometimes unreasonably high, and the emotional weight of adjudicating matters that shape lives, families, communities, nations. And these pressures do contribute to stress, exhaustion, various trauma, and burnout among judicial officers. And within this context, therefore, I wish in this address to reflect, albeit briefly, on the Africanization of justice and to center this discussion mainly within the framework of alternative dispute resolution, ADR. I shall elaborate on how ADR is not merely a procedural option, but an authentically African justice philosophy, which, when properly institutionalized, has immense potential to decongest our courts, reduce adversarial strain, and promote judicial wellness. But before I delve a little deeper into this presentation, allow me to briefly talk about the African Chief Justice's Alternative Dispute Resolution Forum. Across the African continent, judicial officers operate under immense pressure. Courts are overburdened, resources are constrained, and case backlogs continue to grow at an alarming rate. Recognizing these shared challenges, African Chief Justices have united to reclaim and modernize our heritage through alternative dispute resolution. On the 3rd of March 2024, at the invitation of the then Chief Justice Owini Dolo, we convened in Kampala and established the African Chief Justices Forum on Alternative Dispute Resolution. And that forum was created to provide collective leadership in promoting ADR as a means of improving access to justice and addressing crippling case backlogs. The Ugandan Judiciary generously hosted us on that occasion and accepted to host the Secretariat and registered the forum. Honorable Justice Owini Dolo served as the founding chair, and following his retirement earlier this year, I was honored to assume the chairmanship with Honorable Chief Justice Hassan Boubacar Jallow of the Gambia as the deputy. And we have adopted alternative dispute resolution, which refers to the different ways people can resolve disputes without a trial. And common ADR processes, as we know, include mediation, arbitration, neutral evaluation, and others. And these processes are generally confidential, less formal, and less stressful than traditional court proceedings. So the forum has also undertaken joint training capacity building initiatives and benchmarking exercises among African judiciaries, reinforcing homegrown solutions to shared challenges. We are now benchmarking each other on the Africanization of justice. The African Chief Justices Forum is encouraging forum members to adopt the use of alternative dispute resolution, encouraging, among others, the following forms of ADR in the criminal and civil justice sphere. A, compensation in addition to or as an alternative to imprisonment in criminal matters. B, plea bargaining and plea bargaining and sentence bargaining in all categories of criminal cases. C, involvement of victims and consideration of victims and society's interest in determining appropriate sentences. D, diversion, especially in relation to juvenile offenders. E, promotion of reconciliation, especially in relation to domestic violence and personal offenses. F, the promotion of community service in minor offenses. And G, the payment of fines, especially in property-related offenses. Now, these initiatives align seamlessly with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and particularly goal number 16, which calls upon us to, and I quote, promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. They also align with our national frameworks, including Uganda's Judiciary's strategic plan and Zambia's justice sector priorities, which provide a framework for the alignment and execution of the core mandate and the role of the judiciary in the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals as prescribed under the theme Rule of Law, Access to Justice, Gender and Equity, Climate Change and Natural Resources, Accountability and Transparency, Partnership and Institutional Strengthening. So judiciaries across Africa are therefore re-engineering their legal frameworks to integrate ADR in both civil and criminal justice. So against that background, I now wish to briefly say something about the Africanization of justice. Africanization of justice means administering justice in ways that are authentically rooted in our continent's values, traditions, and communal ethos. It is justice that prioritizes dialogue, reconciliation, restoration of harmony, and healing over purely adversarial, punitive, and formalistic processes. As my brother, the retired Chief Justice of Uganda, Honorable Justice Alfonso Chigamayo Owinidolo, always says, what colonial powers imposed on the, as the formal system is in truth the alien alternative. Our indigenous African customs long provided people-centered, satisfactory dispute resolution mechanisms that emphasized communal peace, restitution, compensation, and reintegration of offenders. And these practices healed communal wounds, restored social equilibrium, healed and left parties and communities largely satisfied, far more than the prolonged adversarial litigation we see today. Native African justice systems emphasized dialogue, consensus building, restitution and restoration of social harmony. Elders, clan leaders, and family structures played a central role in resolving disputes and reintegrating errant members back into the community often through compensation, restitution, or symbolic acts of reconciliation, such as giving of a white chicken to the offenders. Studies by Oladije Olagunju indicate that unlike the European system of justice, African conflict resolution practices focus on communal peace as the guiding principle in managing all conflicts, including interpersonal conflicts. The goal was never to punish per se, although wrongdoers got convicted and punished sometimes. The ultimate aim of adjudication was always to promote the unity of the community as opposed to concern with individuals. In other words, the restoration of social equilibrium was the paramount factor and consideration. So, African conflict resolution is rooted in the supremacy of the social order over and above the individual in conflict settlement. It is the community that is wounded by unresolved conflict. And conflict resolution is therefore the healing of communal wounds and the restoration of social order and harmony. Reconciliation contains the power to heal broken emotions and to end cycles of violence. And I can confidently state that our traditional justice system envisaged ADR and upheld it in dispute resolution. In a number of communities, the elders in our villages, the clan leaders, and even family members held ADR meetings and took reasonable steps to reconcile parties who had offended one another or affronted society at large. It is through these mechanisms that an errant member was brought back to society, sometimes after paying a fine, which mainly included, as I said, alcohol or livestock. Sometimes the African justice system required restitution or making good the loss of what the complainant had suffered. Reconciliation held and still holds the power to heal broken emotions and rebuild trust. Justice Katrina Bosher of the Supreme Court of Australia has observed that discussion, negotiation, compromise, and consensus have historically resolved the vast majority of disputes across societies. And I may quote what she says here, quote, "Determination by judicial decision-making is in fact the alternative and far less common method of dispute resolution. Discussion, negotiation, and compromise, or consensus reaching, with or without the assistance of a third party, is the way in which the vast majority of disputes in our society are resolved, and indeed have been resolved for many centuries," close quote. Colonialism came and displaced these effective, culturally aligned systems with foreign frameworks that remain largely intact post-independence. Today, our formal courts grapple with antiquated infrastructure. We include things like handwritten notes, manual archiving, scarce technology, severe overcrowding, and the famous come today, come tomorrow syndrome, escalating costs and delays that can stretch for years or even decades. Studies by Ernest Uwazi establishes that many African citizens have lost faith in the ability of their nation's courts to provide timely or just closure to their grievances. A 2009 survey in Liberia found that only 3% of criminal and civil disputes were taken to a formal court. Over 40% sought resolution through informal mechanisms. The remaining 55% went to no formal forum at all. And this includes cases where claimants felt the need to take justice into their own hands, often with violent consequences. In Uganda, the Justice Needs and Satisfaction Report shows formal courts save just 10% of justice seekers, with most relying on family, friends, local council courts, or direct negotiation. These strains directly fuel judicial stress, heavy workloads, emotional demands from traumatic cases, isolation, unrealistic expectations of perpetual composure, and ethical constraints limiting responses to criticism, all contributing to burnout risks. In post-conflict and fragile contexts, where societal tensions are already high and justice systems typically do not function, the need for prompt resolution of disputes is particularly critical. Without timely, accessible, affordable, and trusted mechanisms to resolve differences, localized disagreements or crimes can degenerate into broader conflict. This contributes to cultures of violence and vigilant justice. In light of this, a number of studies have focused on alternative dispute resolution and have advocated for this form of dispute resolution to supplement the justice delivery system that would render satisfactory results to the people. And this is what we have come to baptize as ADR. Whereas the Bazungus have called this method of dispute resolution as alternative, to us, the Africans, it is the court litigation process that is alternative. In fact, Justice Owini Dolo suggested that the ADR that the Bazungus are calling ADR is in fact the original justice resolution system for the African peoples. The courts are now deliberately introducing litigants to ADR and persuading them to pursue appropriate options before they return to court for formal adjudication. And the common ADR systems applied here include, and I've mentioned this much earlier, arbitration, mediation, reconciliation, conciliation, and negotiation. We have successfully applied ADR in resolution of mainly commercial disputes, labor disputes, tax disputes, land disputes, family property and administration causes, and construction and infrastructure disputes. So Africanization of justice calls upon us to administer justice the African way, a way that is people-centered, restorative, reconciliatory, and community-oriented. What has been labeled globally as alternative dispute resolution is, in truth, Africa's primary and original system of justice. Litigation, as we practice it today, is the alternative. Now, let me now discuss how Africanized justice can contribute to judicial wellness. And I would like to define judicial wellness as the holistic maintenance of our mental, emotional, physical, spiritual health. However, judicial wellness must also be understood within the broader context of the justice system we operate. It is therefore an indispensable foundation for efficient case management, timely delivery of justice, impartial decision-making, and the long-term sustainability of our judiciaries. To address judicial wellness effectively, we must first reclaim and Africanize our approach to justice delivery. In many jurisdictions, judges and magistrates handle dockets that are humanly impossible to clear within reasonable timeframes. Long hours in court, handwritten proceedings, inadequate technological support, and constant adjournments have taken a toll on judicial wellness. And the biggest problem, however, is overcrowding. Many judges or magistrates have over 100 cases per day on their dockets, a number impossible to adjudicate. It can take many years to get to trial and months to have a motion heard. It is not uncommon in African countries for a dispute to take a decade or more to reach resolution. And as a foreign diplomat in East Africa once joked, it is easier for one to pass through the mouth of a lion than to go through the legal system. Global and African research also consistently shows judicial work inherently stressful. Over 92% of judges worldwide report stress, sometimes frequently or always, with 76% lacking sufficient time for physical, mental well-being, heavy workloads, resource shortages, various trauma and traumatic cases, isolation, and constant emotional demands, heightened risks of burnout, secondary trauma, anxiety, fatigue, and even compromised impartiality or health. So in Africa, these issues are amplified by the infrastructural deficit and massive caseloads. Burnouts undermine efficiency, decision quality, and judicial integrity, thereby threatening the rule of law itself. The consequences do not only affect the judiciary, they also affect personal well-being. Prolonged sitting hours, extensive writing of proceedings, and administrative caseloads have resulted in physical ailments such as back pain, hand disabilities, deteriorating eyesight, and for some of us, loss of hair, balding, as well as mental fatigue and burnout. So ADR offers a powerful response to the twin challenges of judicial wellness and case backlog reduction. ADR promotes judicial wellness not only by reducing workload, but also aligning justice delivery with values of health and reconciliation. First and foremost, by involving victims, offenders, and communities in the justice process, ADR fosters closure, accountability, and social harmony. For judicial officers, this approach offers a more meaningful and humane experience justice, reducing emotional strain and reinforcing the moral purpose of judicial service. Secondly, ADR substantially reduces the volume and the duration, as well as the intensity of court proceedings. And fewer marathon hearings translate into reduced physical strain arising from prolonged sitting, continuous handwriting of proceedings, and extended concentration demands. This alleviation of physical stress contributes directly to improved health outcomes, including reduced muscle disorder, eye strain, and chronic fatigue. With more manageable dockets, judicial officers are better positioned to plan their work, take restorative breaks, and achieve a healthier work-life balance. Thirdly, ADR enhances judicial autonomy and professional satisfaction. When judges are empowered to manage cases proactively through referral to mediation, facilitation of reconciliation, or supervision of plea negotiations, they regain control over their dockets. This sense of agency improves morale and sharpens focus. It allows judicial officers to devote their intellectual and emotional energy to cases that genuinely require authoritative adjudication, thereby improving both the quality of decisions and the professional fulfillment. Fourthly, ADR promotes timelines and finality in resolution, which significantly reduces the psychological burden associated with prolonged unresolved cases. Long pending matters often weigh heavily on judicial officers, particularly where they involve vulnerable parties, victims of violence, or accused persons on extended remand. By enabling faster, consensual outcomes, ADR relieves judges of the cumulative stress associated with chronic delay, repeated adjournments, and the moral discomfort of prolonged uncertainty. Finally, ADR supports collegiality and a culture of wellness within the judiciary. As courts shift from an exclusively adversarial posture to a problem-solving and restorative orientation relationships among judicial officers, court staff, counsel, and justice sector actors improve. Reduced hostility in courtrooms creates calmer working environments and fosters shared responsibility for justice outcomes. And over time, ADR strengthens institutional wellness, sustainability, and public confidence in the judiciary. In conclusion, let me say that judicial wellness is inseparable from an effective justice system. A system that overwhelms its judges cannot deliver timely, fair, and effective justice. By reclaiming African dispute resolution tradition and institutionalizing ADR within our formal justice system, we can promote judicial wellness, enhance case management, and restore public confidence in our courts. As Africans, we possess a rich heritage of justice founded on dialogue, reconciliation, and communal harmony. We should draw from this heritage as we modernize our judiciaries. The African Chief Justices Forum remains committed to supporting these efforts through collaboration, training, and shared experiences. So let us invest in wellness initiatives, scale ADR integration, and enact reform that center our people, communities, and the long-term health of our institutions. I thank you, and I wish you very fruitful deliberation in that conference. Thank you.
Thank you, my Lord CJ, for that wonderful presentation. Colleagues, I'm going to invite a few interventions, one or two, given the time constraint. May I have?
The next topic for discussion is still on ADR, and this time we are going to be focusing on the perspectives both from the bar and from the private sector. And before I say much, let me invite the panelists who are supposed to be here. The lead panelist is the Justice Bart Katurebe, Justice Emeritus, Chief Justice Emeritus. The next panelist is the Solicitor General, Mr. Pius. If he's here, please come forward. The other is Mr. Francis Gimara from the private sector, and we have Barbara Kiley from IDLO. Please step forward. Just briefly, as I said, the discussion will be touching on avenues for collaboration, setting standards for the bar and the private sector, fostering linkages between ADR and court processes. We'll also touch on training, monitoring, and oversight of referred cases for mediation and arbitration. As I said, we have a panel. It should have been a panel of 5, but the AG was not able to come, so we have 4. The lead panelist, seated just next to me, Justice Bart Mugunda Katurebe, needs no introduction. He's Chief Justice Emeritus. You all know him. Currently, he's with the Praxis Conflict Center. I think he's been asked to come because he has served on the 3 organs of state. He has been a member of Parliament. He has been in the executive as Attorney General, and he has worked in the Judiciary. Please put your hands together to welcome him. The next panelist is Mr. Pius Biribona. Pius is, how do I pronounce that? Yes, the way they have said it. He is the Solicitor General, but before he became SG, Pius was the head of the Parliamentary Legal Department, and before he joined Parliament, he also worked with the Law Reform Commission. Please put your hands also to welcome him. We have Francis Gimara, a renowned lawyer, advocate. He's team leader with the ALP Advocates. He's a member of many boards, and he's practiced in many jurisdictions, including in Arusha. Place your hands together to welcome Francis Gimara. And next to Francis is Miss Barbara Kiley. This is a difficult name to pronounce. She's the country director of IDLO, that is the International Law Development Organizations. Again, please let's put our hands together for Barbara. We've been given 45 minutes to deal with this topic. It's wide. I had thought that I would apportion this time and give them freelance to answer the questions that have been put forward so that they find areas where they can best discuss. But let me just say that the list of questions is about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6 questions, and they have been given to all the panelists. Without the danger of repeating each other, I want to give them a free hand to pick the topic which they think, the questions which they think they can address best, so that we move fast. But in any case, for purposes of time, I would ask the lead panelist to take no more than 10 minutes. When he chooses the question he's going to talk about, let him not take more than 10 minutes. I will ask the Solicitor General also to take not more than 10 minutes. Francis and Barbara, maybe you will take 5 minutes each. There are no big reasons why I have reduced the time. It's basically that we have limited time. And then we will have 10 minutes for the plenary. Thank you so much, my Lord Justice Katurebe.
Thank you, my Lord Chairman. First of all, may I take this occasion to congratulate my learned friend, Chief Justice Reja, upon his appointment as Chief Justice. In the same way, I welcome the appointment of my friend also, Justice Jane Abodo, to Principal Judge. And I also wish to congratulate all the judges present who have since been appointed over the last 6 years since I bowed out. Congratulations to all of you. Now, having listened to the Land Chief Justice of Zambia, I thought he did justice to the topic of alternative dispute resolution. I want to speak from the point of view of someone who has gone through it, both in litigation, as a practicing lawyer, as a government lawyer, later as a judicial officer. I think we are all agreed that there is indeed need for the introduction and promotion of ADR. All of us who have gone through the current litigation system, the adversarial system in which we are all trained as lawyers, I'm sure we appreciate the inadequacies of that system. First of all, who are the parties in the courtroom? Who is the most important party there? Is it the judge? Is it the lawyer? Or is the parties, the litigants before us? When we were trained in the adversarial system, you trained as a lawyer, you come and argue, you want to cross-examine the other side almost senseless, and you win a case and go away. At the end of the day, you have won the case, but the parties may have been ruined forever, even where they are friends, relatives, business partners, and so on. We have a system where you can come and speak in the high Latin phrases that your litigant, your client doesn't understand. But that is one way of impressing the client that you have done your homework. So we have now seen this work out, and I have seen when you go out there, an ordinary person in the village whose goat has been stolen and reports to the police, and the person is arrested and is taken to court, and the case stays in the court for 12 months, and this man cannot even afford the transport to appear each time the case is called in court or to bring witnesses. Many have given up, and that has caused despondency and a lack of faith in the system. So when we talk of introducing ADR, I think coming from that background, it is most welcome. Now, the lawyers, we need a change of mindset. Those of us who have been trained in that adversarial system, even when you go now, I'm seeing it to say arbitration. Now, arbitration is between the parties. You have agreed on the timelines. You have agreed when someone should file the claim and the replies and the bundles and so on. But you still have lawyers who say, I'm not ready, we need to change the timeline. The same habits that we often use to meet in court are also being brought into even a voluntary system where you have agreed. And when we were state attorneys a long time ago in the government, at that time, even the law, you had an act of parliament called, we used to call it Act 20 of 1969, the Law Reform Miscellaneous Provisions Act, which provided you can't sue a government in tort unless you have given 6 months notice or 60 days notice, then the case must be filed within so many months. And we state attorneys would look out for such cases and even just plead when was the case filed, 24 hours after, and you go to court and get a judgment dismissing the case. Now that has been changed. So even the government has been seeing that there was a lot of injustice that was being meted out to people. So when it now comes to, at this point in time, and you, the policeman, you, the prosecutor, you, the counsel, and you, the judicial officer, a person who has brought his case to court, we are all out to make it delay as much as possible. When I was Chief Justice, I remember some people writing a complaint to me. They had a case in court, and the people on the other side were very powerful individuals who told them, either accept what we are offering you, or we'll keep you in court forever until you give up. And indeed, that case had been in court so many years. Each time these people would turn up, there's an application for one thing or the other, an application for one thing or the other, an adjournment, until those poor people were getting fed up. Now, this is where we can deny people justice. Now, let's see mediation. I have been doing private mediation for the last 5 years or so now. And again, we are seeing that mindset being necessary. Some judges have become before me, not judges, some lawyers, and they are arguing as if they are addressing you in court. And I've had to remind them, I'm not a judge, I'm sitting here as a mediator. See someone citing authorities, someone is, you know, but I thought in mediation, we should try as much as possible to let the parties speak. Let the parties speak. They know their case, they know their feelings, and what I have seen in many cases, that some of the cases I've dealt with, it is relatives, it's a family, it is business associates, people who have a long relationship between each other. And how you handle them can have long-lasting effects on them. Either they go back together or they break completely. So I've had to tell some of the lawyers who have come, what you are arguing is that in the interests of your client. And they don't seem to get it. Well, okay, mediation has failed, let's go back to court. Many of them do that. The mediation has failed, we are not ready to proceed. Okay, so you go back to court and spend another 2-3 years. We have to change our mindset. And I also want to suggest, when you are doing mediation, when these people come, can they find even a place where to be comfortable? Can they find people that they say are credible? Some of the lawyers used to say, you find people have just come from law school, they get a job as mediator, and these clients, they have very complicated cases, they are given a mediator. That's one of the reasons why compulsory mediation failed in the first place, because many people did not have confidence in the mediators that they had been given. Then they come to court, and when I used to visit courts, you find a small room somewhere near the registry, and they tell you that's the mediation room. Now, where are the facilities? People did sit comfortable, feel able to consult. And many of these people come when they have very big problems on their minds. It may be psychological, it may be personal. I had a case where it was a family, a woman with her 4 children, her own biological children from same father. And those people had spent 4 years without talking for as long as the case had been in court. They did not talk at all. And even when they were referred to me, the woman said she did not want to sit with those children in the same room. So we had to find a separate room for them to be, and I spent 2 hours with the mother trying to persuade her to talk to her children. Now, when they come to court, as a court annexed mediation, and they find that small room there, how do you handle those type of people? So it's something that you need to address for people to have confidence in the system. They have their secrets which they don't want to divulge. And then we train ourselves, and now as judges, as mediators, to know that you are dealing with human beings who are the most important people that day. Try to talk to them and find time. Now, finally, let me go to the rules. The need for rules that must answer the needs of the litigants. I was first surprised when I was told that a mediation session should not go more than 45 minutes. But I spent 2 hours trying to persuade a woman to talk to her children. So where do I was already out of the rules. So we must try and formulate rules that are amenable to the settlements that we want. Even if you want to spend a little more time and the parties need it, do so. Finally, in terms of remuneration of people in the private practice, private mediators, I don't know what they get paid, those who are in court annexed mediation. When we do private mediation from parties, the few that have done private mediation, not court annexed, you can charge what you can charge depending on the parties. But I think those who come for court annexed mediation, I think should be paid realistic payments to induce more senior people and more capable people to help the courts doing that mediation. I will come in later, but let me leave this for now.
Yeah, thank you, CJ. But maybe before I see you still have time, which I gave you,
Okay.
I just maybe wish you to clarify on one point. At what point in a case should judges most effectively steer parties towards ADR? In the course of hearing a matter, you find that it should actually be settled through ADR. Do you just come in at the beginning or in the middle of it or at the tail end? Do you have any views on that?
Yes. In Nigeria, they started something that is called a multi-door facility or something. When you go to file a case, there is an office where a judge will register. I think in their case it's a judge. They will look at your case and can tell you this case is best handled through mediation or trial arbitration or litigation. Here we don't have something like that, so it depends up to the judge. When the matter has come before the judge has read the file. Now, when you read the file and you look at the facts, and you find, for example, it is a family, like the one I've just told you, or it is people who have been business associates, now they are at loggerheads, it is something that you might be able to say to both counsel, why not consult your parties and maybe go for mediation on your own, depending on the facts that you see, depending on the nature of the case. And we have done that. I remember even at the Supreme Court at one time, there are people who came there, and I remember the late Justice Sekoko was presiding, and he said, counsel, have you considered mediation? Have you considered talking to each other? And these people actually asked for an adjournment. They went and talked to each other and came back with a settlement. So it can be done, depending on what you see in your judgment as a judge.
Thank you very much. SG Pius, please, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, my Lord Chairman, the Honorable Chief Justice, the Principal Judge. I will stand on the protocol that was earlier well stated. As you said, apologies from the Honorable Attorney General. Today being Cabinet Day, he was not able to join us, but I'll try my best to represent him. So from the government perspective, perhaps what I want to address is what government has done in this space. So first of all, government has developed, and we now have an approved ADR policy. This was approved in February last year by Cabinet. So we have embraced ADR as the way to go. And I think soon they'll be using this policy to go out to the public and try and popularize this means of settling disputes. So I think that in a way should communicate that government has fully embraced ADR as a means of settling disputes. But also secondly, we are now working to mainstream ADR in government. Recently, we have amended the law to have KEDA come to the Ministry of Justice. And there have been many questions around that and how it's going to work. We are hopeful that through this KEDA, we'll be able to work closely with the Judiciary and also with the JTI to an extent, to collaborate to set standards. Standards in this space of ADR, general standards, to work on issues to do with accreditation of the practitioners, training, and that's the JTI bit of it. And some of the issues that Chief Justice Emeritus has pointed out, things to do with pay for the people who are practicing in this area. There have been several proposals that I'm sure we can look at together, working of course with the members of the bar as well. Thirdly, as a ministry or as the Attorney General's chambers, we have now reorganized the chambers and introduced a fully fledged ADR department headed by Commissioner. Now that department, and I think to touch on what the Lord Chairperson asked the CJ Emeritus about at what stage do you look at as ADR as an alternative. We have formed certainly the opinion that many of the matters that are brought to us and end up in court shouldn't really be matters that we should burden the judiciary with. Some of these cases are straightforward, in our opinion, and we have actually been doing a lot of mediation as an office between the MDAs, the ministries, departments, and agencies, and those people they're in conflict with. We bring them together and have discussions, and we have actually settled or helped them settle these matters without having to go to through the main court system. So this department works as a check whenever a matter comes to the office. We refer it to that department to look at the merits of the matter and how we should handle it. Whether we should seek to settle it out of court, whether we should seek to go the ADR way, or if we should actually go ahead with the adversarial system of litigating. So we are very hopeful that with the setting up of this department, we are going to really mainstream ADR and give people confidence that it is really a proper means of settling disputes. And to that extent, we've worked with private practitioners, and I want to thank Praxis for partnering with us in training those attorneys in this department in ADR, and they have done that, and we are very grateful for that assistance that you've afforded us. So and maybe this is another area through which we'll collaborate with the JTI so that we can have, as they're developing training modules for the judiciary, perhaps they should also consider to have these trainings for we, the state attorneys, but also with the private practitioners, so that we can set standards for ADR. I think in the main, that's what we have done on the part of government. We hope to partner again with the judiciary, with the private practitioners, to see how we can now perhaps move into law reform of this area, to come up with the rules that Emeritus Justice has talked about, and streamline the practice of ADR in Uganda. I know, Lord Chairman, you gave me 10 minutes, but I didn't think I would need all the 10 minutes for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Pius. But maybe just before you get off your 10 minutes, I see you still have time. What would you say that government should do to ensure that while applying ADR, there is accountability and value for money? Because one of the issues that has come up in discussion is that when you follow settlements, sometimes there are issues of accountability and the value for money. What do you think government should do while going ahead with the ADR as a process?
Thank you, Chair. I think in one, we have a policy now to guide this process. But most importantly, with this department that we have created now, as I said, it will go through all different matters, whether these are matters that we should take to ADR, pursue that space or not. But also when it comes to settlement, we have been fairly tight lately, that settlements are now done only after we have given the go-ahead. We had a practice where anyone could settle a matter, including some of these MDAs, and then they would only bring them to us for us to approve. So now the authorization is given before the settlement is done. Of course, the concern will be whether we lose time when we are doing that. But lately we have been able to manage our time well and be able to guide the different practitioners from our office in as far as settling is concerned. Now, once you have that centralized authorization, then you avoid those challenges that come with the practices that are complained about oftentimes. And that's why I emphasized when I was giving my introductory remarks that it's important that we develop standards in this area. And the faster we do that, the better it will be. As you know, settlements and advice under our Constitution, 119, you have the Attorney General leading that. But when you read 119, I think he has a window, so we can determine which matters we can allow the attorneys to propose settlements and then come back to us afterwards, as opposed to having to get the approval before they do so. Similar to what we have with contracts and the 200 million mark for which they need to come. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. CJ wants to add something before I come to Francis, my lord.
Maybe, Mr. Solicitor General, since now there is a policy that has been approved, arising from the policy should not be only just rules. Are you considering the possibility of having legislation? Because if you look at countries like Singapore, who are leaders in this, they do have a legislation on mediation. Is that something that we should look at and possibly emulate, so that whoever is doing mediation, whether privately or court annexed, there are parameters legislated which can guide us? Is something that you can think about?
Okay, I think Pius, you'll think about that. Let me come to Francis Gimara from the private sector and specifically the bar. Francis.
Thank you, my Lord Chair. I'd like to, from the bar, approach this by picking up from where CJ Emeritus left us, the training that is given. But beyond the training, I would like to state that there's a whole issue of culture, the culture of dispute resolution. What culture do we promote, both as the bar and the bench? Because any strategy that we derive that does not address the issue of culture will struggle. And I think I'd like to borrow from a management guru, Peter Drucker, who once said that when it comes to strategy, culture will end up eating strategy for breakfast. But today management experts also add that not longer does it eat strategy for only breakfast, but lunch and dinner as well. So in terms of the culture we are in, the legal culture is something we need to revisit. Well, we can speak about it in terms of the mindset of lawyers, but before even we talk about the mindset, I think that it is a big barrier from the way lawyer is educated today to how he practices and how he sets up his law firm. A lot of the law firms are set up to practice law in an adversarial manner. So we need to begin to tell lawyers that beyond law firms, you can as well start to think about practice in terms of ADR. And I think that when you see what praxis is doing, when you see what we are doing at the ALP dispute resolution hubs, we are thinking out of the traditional law firms to bring in non-lawyers as well who are trained as mediators to be part of those practices. Because to solve disputes, you have to look at how they originate. Many times by the time they come to court, they have looked for where to solve them and have not found many spaces. So the key thing is, in terms of culture, populate the spaces of ADR practice, enlarge it beyond the legal profession to involve all the other professions that can do ADR. And I think that the judiciary is doing very well to begin to have even non-lawyers accredited as mediators. I think that should grow and can only increase. Now let me say that also as we speak about culture, we need to think about public buy-in. I am happy that the government already has started by rolling out the ADR policy, but I think in that policy there are a lot of action points that should be dealt with, because some of the disputes that find themselves in court include some of them public policy disputes, include infrastructure disputes. There's a lot of need for specialized mediation that deals, for instance, with public policy disputes. I think that at one point there was a contestation about the slowness of courts versus dealing with public infrastructure disputes. And I recall in one of the discussions we had, our thinking was that a lot of these issues as well can be resolved through specialized public policy mediation. There's that group of expertise that can be grown to help government, because government is the biggest user of the court system. So training people, even at the commissioner level, one a Solicitor General, to have a mediation mindset will scale down the number of disputes. And I think that if you intentionally applied that for the next 5 to 10 years, I think government disputes will reduce by half. Because a lot of it, you have people at where these disputes arise, not talking to citizens, not having a mediation mindset. So what then they do, they end up in law firms. And for lawyers, then for them it is an opportunity to litigate. That's what they have trained for, that's where they earn their bread, and that's what they know. So they will take the opportunity with both hands. So I think there is need to speak to those spaces to deal with that issue. Now the other challenge, of course, that I would like to see from the bar perspective also is a lot of judiciary-led leadership in mediation. And by this, I mean that there is doing it compulsorily, but also I still think that we have not had a very effective implementation of the 2019 amendment. As far as I recall, the 2019 amendment, the civil procedure rules, was supposed to empower a judge to provide leadership in a dispute. That required the reading of the case and orienting the disputants to the importance of having this matter settled through mediation. But I think that we need to revisit that, because when you see the statistics now from the report that was launched on this week by the Chief Justice, you find that out of the 190,000 cases registered, evidence is that only 8.8%, 16,000 or thereabout, were referred by judicial officers to mediation. That calls us to unpack whether the 2019 Civil Procedure Amendment that was supposed to empower a judicial officer to be very proactive with the file that is before them, whether it is working. I think that a lot, just looking at the fact that the matters are not being referred, I would think that we need to think in terms of maybe first referring these matters, because 8.8 is a small proportion for us to make a judgment holistically whether mediation is successful or not. I think that if there is one thing that this conference should take away with is the appetite to refer matters to mediation. But again, it shouldn't stop at that. I think that because you can do it through that, where judicial officers exercise leadership, and I think that's the import of 2019 amendment. But the Tanzanians have taken it a step further. They now have legislation that before you come to court, you must demonstrate that you have taken bona fide steps in resolving the matter before litigation. So in your pleading, you must make that pleading, and you can't just attach a demand letter or a notice of intention to sue. You must demonstrate that you have tried any of the ADR options available, and in a more cogent way. I think that something like that can come through legislation, but I also think it can come through the Order 19, rather through the amendment, the 2019 amendments by a lot of more leadership. If a judicial officer, for instance, has read the matter, is able, being very conflict intelligent like most of the judges are, they're able to see that there is no matter in this thing. And by trying to inquire and unpacking it, they then can orient the disputants, because there's also the need to undertake a mediation orientation after you have looked at the file, to explain to the disputants before you what mediation is and what advantages it offers both parties. And I think that that mediation orientation done within the framework of the civil procedure rules would be very helpful moving forward. Thank you, my lord.
Thank you. Our next presenter is Barbara. Barbara, look at question 5, which says, how do we ensure that ADR processes are trusted, affordable, and inclusive for ordinary citizens? On top of course, whatever you want to say, consider that too. Barbara?
Thank you, my lord, and good afternoon to all of you. The question is simple, but the answer would not necessarily take 5 minutes, so I'll try and highlight as much as possible. Trust in ADR will be built through ensuring that the systems, the different ADR systems are predictable, they are transparent, and that the people who participate in the processes are held to an accountability standard. That can be done by some of the suggestions that have been made when we have clear legal and regulatory framework which strengthen the use of ADR or define the processes in which ADR can be applied. And I think for this, and this has been mentioned by the Solicitor General and as well as the other speakers, is that there is the national ADR policy at the moment. We also have different legal frameworks that are providing for the different ADR processes. But the question is whether they are understood or implemented by all the people who have had access to them. And when you look at this and you consider the fact that the Hague Institute for Innovation of Law indicated that it's only 10% of matters that come to the court. Therefore, in Uganda, the practice of ADR is quite, it's quite elaborate. So what does this mean then in ensuring that there is trust for ADR? It means going beyond what is before the courtroom, looking at what is being practiced outside of the courtroom, clarifying, for example, the legal status and enforceability of ADR outcomes. I think that is where trust begins to be built, where you're able to showcase that if you undertake a process outside of the court within a particular parameter, whatever outcome you come up with, if it is enforceable, then the court will look at it with this particular dimension and recognize it and enforce it. If it is not, then it is clear to all parties that if you were to undertake either a particular ADR process on a particular subject matter, then that particular outcome would not be enforced simply because it is outside the premise or the precedence of ADR. And I think what must be, I think one of the things that we must promote is ethical standards for the different ADR practitioners, because that has been a cry amongst different users of justice and seekers of justice in different platforms, whether it is in an arbitration platform or a mediation platform or an AJS platform. The question of ethical standards is very important. Does it mean that if I appear before a mediation panel, he who is stronger than me or she who is stronger than me, either financially, emotionally, or intellectually, would have a bias or would have an advantage being afforded to them because they understand the system better? So it is important that we safeguard the different ADR systems and the mechanisms to be able to ensure that all the parties who appear before any ADR process are able to be treated fairly and without bias and equally where possible. And I think the other issue that is important, and the SG alluded to it, is on accreditation. We're very happy with the policy, and I think even for the mediators who are accredited to the judiciary, there are some questions that it is important for us to ask ourselves. How many times do we go back to check on the accreditation process? Because this goes back to ethical standards, this goes back to accountability and transparency. If I was accredited in 2019, does that accreditation still stand? Do we need to get a framework that allows us to go back and review the accreditation status of each applicant? That could be either by looking at their professional development since the very first time they were accredited as mediators, looking at whether they have had any ethical question or issue that has been raised against their performance. So these are things that are important and need systems to be in place, and we are hopeful that this can then be established, which will ensure that people can trust that whoever you include in your list of practitioners, whether as mediators, arbitrators, adjudicators, conciliators, that they have undergone, one, a specific training to make them capable of the task that is before them. Secondly, that their ethics has been tried and tested, and they have been found suitable to continue serving as ADR practitioner. And it's important to also develop, and I'm happy that we are doing this in conjunction with the Judicial Training Institution, specific continuous professional development courses for the different ADR practitioners, because capacity is important. And we live in a world where everything changes every day, change is constant. So it is important that we have continuous professional development programs where part of the accreditation process will be looking at how many minutes or how many hours did you undertake a CPD this year for you to be fit for re-accreditation in the following year. And the other issue that I think would be important to improve on trust and affordability especially would be in institutionalizing the different methods of ADR. By institutionalizing, I'm not saying that we create institutes that will be in charge of the different ADR processes, but rather creating processes that are responsive to the need of the justice seekers who are interested in those processes, so that they know if I am going for arbitration, this is the mechanism for arbitration. We have the Arbitration Act at the end of the day that will allow me, if I am using an ad hoc process, to have that particular outcome recognized and enforced by court, and this is the timeline that we are looking at once I get an arbitration award. What about a mediation settlement agreement? If it is from a private mediation system or process, what is the next step for me to have it recognized and enforced? Can the judiciary or the Office of the Attorney General develop guidelines that can facilitate the institutionalization of the enforceability of these ADR outcomes? Because, for example, right now as we sit, Uganda is a member of, or rather is a signatory to the Singapore Convention. But what does that mean when you have an international mediation agreement? We do not have yet a law that has domesticated the Singapore Convention, which means that at the moment, if anything, you may have to follow the process of a liquidated damage before the courts of judicature in Uganda. So it's important that we institutionalize this, and on the other hand, also institutionalize accountability mechanism. If I have a challenge against, and I'm not saying I do SC, but if I have a problem with you as my arbitrator, where do I report it? Who do I report it to? And what kind of outcome will come out of that particular process? And how will that process be monitored, maybe by peers or by other individuals, to ensure that there is fairness and that there is no bias whenever you subject peers back to their own groups for purposes of review of their capacity or their ability to undertake their duties in an ethical manner. So I don't know if I have more time or to stop there.
You've done. Thank you so much. Now, before I open this to the plenary, I just have one question which I want each of the panelists to answer, and that is the question number 6 on your sheet. What is the one concrete action your institution or sector can take in the next 12 months to strengthen ADR as a pillar of people-centered justice? Just say this in one sentence. I'll begin with the CJ Emeritus.
I don't have any public institution, so I don't think I have anything to say here. But my small office, which I have, as has already been pointed, we try to do as much training as possible. And I think that is something that we can continue to do, getting our lawyers and other people trained in the art of mediation and arbitration, because that will go a long way to getting that critical body of practitioners that appreciate the values of ADR.
Pius?
Thank you very much, Lord Chair. I think what we are going to do, as I alluded to earlier, is to get to popularize this ADR through our policy as we have developed it. But if I may, I think it has come through CJ Emeritus and Madame Kile. It's about looking at domestication of the Singapore Convention and looking at how we can have our laws here reflect what is in that convention. That is something that we can start exploring as soon as possible. Thank you.
Francis?
Thank you, my Lord Chair. The one thing that we would like to do, which we are doing under the Dispute Settlement Hub, which I'm associated with, is to work with stakeholders like the judiciary and the governments to bring everyone in the room, because many times lawyers speak alone, judges alone, government alone. So the one thing that we want to do is to try, again in association with the key stakeholders, convene in the next month of March, 9th to 13th March, to convene a big meeting which we are calling Gumzo la Ediara. Gumzo in Swahili means dialogue on Ediara. Lord Chair, we hope that we will invite people from across the world and in Africa into one room for us to have a conversations over 5 days on ADR. Day 1 we will do mediation. Day 2 will be a training on AJS, capacity building, because not many people, especially my side of lawyers, know what AJS is. But we have Kenya that has a policy, a strategy. We have Uganda that has a strategy from the judiciary. But my side of the world, not many people know this. So we hope to have a capacity building on that. Day 3 as well, we want to tackle the emerging area of construction adjudication. And then day 4, my Lord, we will discuss domestic arbitration and specialized arbitration, and then wrap it day 5 with international arbitration, looking at originating a unique African pathway. And that's what we are going to do in the next 12 months to advance ADR. Thank you, my Lord.
Thank you. Barbara?
My Lord, IDLO as the International Development Law Organization, which is exclusively devoted to promoting the rule of law, here in Uganda, we commit to continuing our support to JTI and other justice, law and order sector actors to promote ADR, and I'm happy about the ADR department, and we are available to work with the Office of the Attorney General to build the capacity of that particular department this year, to also support them in coming up with rules on accreditation and the legal framework that is necessary under the national policy on ADR.
So much. We are still within the 45 minutes. I think we have about 8 remaining. So I'll leave this for questions, comments from all of you. Please put up your hand, make your question or comment short. So that behind me. Okay, Justice Oscar. And then why all from one side? I think there's another hand here, but Justice Oscar, Justice Geoffrey, and my sister there will be the third. Any other? Yes. And those are 4. I can't see well. I forgot my glasses, so don't see. Don't worry when I don't mention your name. Yes, Oscar.
Thank you very much, my Lord Chair, and the panelists for that insightful discussion. Mine is a comment and maybe leading into a question. Francis and Barbara touched upon this. I would like us to dial back a little bit. There's this interesting statistic that keeps on coming up. The 10% of the population that approach the formal systems in which we operate, okay, for dispute resolution. That means 90% out there, there's a big chunk of the population, 90%, that is out there. That 90% has disputes. There's no doubt about it. They have mechanisms of resolving that dispute, those disputes. That means that of the 10% that come to us, it means, I would postulate, that those systems have either not been resorted to in the first place, or if they have, they have been unsuccessful in resolving that dispute. Then they come to us as a way, as if you can call it a last resort. Now, given that statistic, and I'm not saying this is scientifically based, but I think it would lead to somewhere. Do we not think that in the effort to promote ADR, and therefore, and this is connected to the alternative justice systems, we would have to rely on these 90% mechanisms that are out there to help us resolve the issues that are before us as part of ADR. Just to give you an example, all of us in this room know this business, that in the business community there's this famous informal gathering known as the Kwagalana Group. All right? These are rich business people who have gotten together. One of them even owns this facility where we're seated. But you rarely hear them bringing their disputes to the court. But are you telling me there are no disputes? There are disputes. That means that there is a mechanism they resort to. Okay? So, I'm just throwing it out there. Why don't we start looking to and investigating the dispute resolution mechanisms out there in the 90% and see how we can, adopt them into our system so as to achieve a higher rate of success. My 2 cents as I pose that question for thought. Thank you.
Sounds good. I will ask the panelists to note any of the questions raised or comments if you would have a reply to it. My brother Geoffrey.
Thank you very much. Just a footnote to what Justice Oscar has said. The same is true for the Ismaili community here. Very big in business, but you'll never find them in our courts. So we need to look into that direction. Mine really go to Pius and Counsel Gimara, Senior Counsel Gimara. First of all, to Attorney General, a positive and negative one. Very good development in having an ADR department in the chambers. This has done wonders. Speaking for appellate mediation in the Court of Appeal, I want to assure my brethren here that if the Attorney General comes on appellate mediation, it will settle. And that is very different from the time when some of us were state attorneys, and if you settled, you'd be disciplined. So I think that is a great condos to the chambers of the Attorney General. On the flip side, I'm wondering, we've had an ADR policy for 1 year, and that's it. Nothing has happened. We have not moved. We are talking about domesticating the Singapore Convention. This is an area which it would be used. This could be a vehicle, but simply have done no movement for 1 year. It came out in February last year. This is February this year. We are hearing nothing more about it. So I would like to suggest that an act be made. So I think the problem therefore remains with the private lawyers. So I go to senior counsel because even though there has been improvement, I still think that the bar looks at alternative dispute resolution, ADR, as acute deficiency in revenue. And they are fighting very, very hard to avoid it. So I'm wondering what steps are now being done, because even when they come for mediations, either they want to lead or they keep quiet completely. Very difficult to hear options coming from them. I think the future is with the negotiator and not the litigator. If you come for a mediation and you can't even give advice what options you can come out with, then I think there is a problem. Finally, universities. We need to get into the universities. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sister Patricia Basaza.
Thank you, Chair. My question goes to Pius, the SG. I heard him mention KEDA. Of course, the mainstreaming you mentioned is very, very good. Had you mentioned KEDA, I hope I heard you right. And my question is, because KEDA then, back then, so many years ago, I think it lasted about 10 years, KEDA was doing very well, and there were a lot of arbitrations that we did through KEDA. My question is, how different is this new KEDA, if I heard you well, the new KEDA going to be from the old one? We wouldn't want to see a new Uganda Airlines that looks like the old one. So how different is this new KEDA going to be now, so that it doesn't collapse? You had done so well initially. What is different now?
Thank you. And we had one hand behind there. Okay, the lady behind there. Yes, I think finally. Yes? You put up your hand, please speak.
Thank you, Your Lordship. My name is Zubeda Namgenyi, and I'm a private ADR practitioner. And we do a lot of work with the bar, and a lot of it, Justice Chiriawiri has mentioned, is about the lack of knowledge. The mindset hasn't changed, and it is majorly because of inaccess to training. The training is very expensive. I personally had to train from a Kenyan institution, and the average cost of a mediation training is maybe 1 million shillings, and for most lawyers that is a lot of money. When you go to law council, for instance, it says the training, the cost of training has to be not more than 250,000, and yet that is only maybe supposed to cater for meals if you were to invite participants to train. So there is a lot of support that is needed to have more lawyers, members of the Uganda Law Society, train in ADR, especially mediation, which is being uptaken very well. And I think that will be a very good way to promote ADR and have more of them participate. The other thing is about accreditation to the judiciary. When I asked about the process of accreditation, I was informed that I have to train again. Now, I have trained in mediation. I am a member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, and I do not see why a person who is accredited in an international institution should be training again in order to receive accreditation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're running out of time. I'll ask the panelists just to answer in 1 minute or so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make a comment on Justice Chika's comment, a comment on a comment. The 90% of the people who are out there and don't come to court, and very few come for the formal arbitration mediation, what do we do about them? I thought that was the question that would be answered by the policy makers. If there is a national policy on mediation or ADR, it should address that aspect. The disputes that are being resolved in the countryside, people go to their pastors and get a dispute resolved. They go to their chiefs, they go to their elders, they go to their families, and the matter is resolved. But how do we get that on record for purposes of even enforcement? One of the difficulties I have found for private mediation, people ask the question, if we agree and we have reached a settlement, how do we enforce it? Because if it is court annexed, you go to court and you register it as a consent judgment. If it is arbitration, you register it and it's executed as a judgment of the court. But if it has been done privately, how does it get to be recognized and enforced? I think this is a major policy matter that government will address.
Pius.
Thank you, Lord Chair. Maybe to start with that one, when you do get an opportunity to read the policy, it is actually wide-ranging. It's not only addressing the formal ADR processes, but it seeks to go out to the public to investigate and attend really to the issues that have been raised by both Justice Oscar and retired Judge, Justice Emeritus. So I think the policy does address that, and it is a way of beginning the conversation in the public to see how these informal methods can be mainstreamed. Of course, being careful that whenever you start formalizing, then you end up losing the benefits that you are getting from the informality of the practices. Justice Chiriagwile, yes, we agree. The policy was approved in February last year. It has been an extremely busy year. We had quite a lot of interest out there, but this is certainly on the table now. And just before coming into this room, I had a discussion with our administrators, and this is something that we are taking on to have this policy out with the benefit of popularizing it. And maybe one of the things that was talked about by the Lord Chair was when you asked me that one thing that we're going to do in the next short period, I should have mentioned that we are finalizing mediation rules, regulations that we have developed together with the Judiciary. So that should be completed shortly as well. I think there was a question by Justice Basaza about KEDA. To put it simply, our understanding that KEDA was never intended to be a dispute resolution forum itself. It's supposed to assist us in coming up with standardization on how arbitration is done. And so when government was pursuing the rationalization process, it was felt that that was one of the institutions that could be mainstreamed within the main public service. To understand it is similar to what you have as law counsel for the lawyers. So KEDA will continue, and I think it will even perform much better than it has done in the past, because now we'll be very clear on what its role is. So that will leave Mr. Gimaras with a space within which to operate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pius and Francis, very briefly.
Yes, my Lord, Justice Kihika asked about the 90% disputes and what more that can be done around that. I think that that's a very important question, but we should look at his conversation in regard with now the AJ strategy, because the AJ strategy seeks to precisely find out how to support the 90% who don't come to court. And it is a recognition that disputes are solved elsewhere, but then how can this institution that has the loud constitutional mandate of resolving and adjudicating disputes recognize the other key players? And I think that for me, the one thing that we need to do is to recognize them and create effective pathways to support them. For instance, many of them will need training over matters they cannot handle, even when their cultural practices may give them the power. So you need to educate them that for that level of crime, that has to be handled by the judiciary. And in this, I've been for some time now sitting on the ADR Committee of Tanzania. There's something that they do that I found very interesting. They recognize these other key players and call them every year into Dar es Salaam or Dodoma and give them recognition awards. I remember in one ceremony I attended last year, my Lord Chair, there was a sheikh who was recognized and awarded. And the statistics revealed in North Tanzania that this particular sheikh always resolved almost 80% of the civil disputes in that area. So every time they would send a judicial officer in that place, they would file very little work. So the judicial officer was always on holiday. And that intrigued the leadership of Tanzania, that why is it that in this particular station, they always file fewer cases than any other area. So in trying to relate, they actually discovered that this sheikh was the center for resolution of disputes. He did it every night, my lord. He would send his family, they have early dinner, 6. So from 7 to 1 a.m., people would sit in benches. He would resolve matters, and he was never in a hurry. He would not adjourn. He would not charge them. So in that area, people would then never go to court. So by calling that gentleman and giving him a national recognition award for helping the judiciary resolve disputes before they come to court, I thought was very, very innovative.
Thank you, Francis.
Lastly, my lord, the second question was, if you may, on advocates, what can be done? In under a minute, I think, for me, is if we can get the new rules. The judiciary has discussed these rules. If they can be passed, inside, for the first time, they have provided for the role of an advocate in mediation. And then we retrain and train and train so that we begin to see a cultural change. Thank you.
And Barbara, in 1 minute.
Thank you.
We've run out of time actually. We're just now on borrowed time, and I see the professor looking at the side.
Thank you, my lord. I think for me would just be to add on the answer to Justice Kihika would be on judicial integration of the 90%. Judicial integration of the 90% can be done through the justice chain dialogues that you normally hold, continuous DCC, the RCC meetings where these particular individuals are then recognized and available to showcase to you how they're handling these disputes, making sure that they're part of the court users' justice system as well. They could offer very good advice on how they're able to do it. But also, Justice Kihika, it is important to also consider the fact that these processes are informal in their nature. They're very available to the justice seeker. By the time I come to court, understand the process of court, I will need someone to guide me if you're thinking about it from the local Mwananchi perspective. So there is that serves as an advantage and why it is more of the 90%. Availability, these are people, just as Gimara has said, who are available even in the night. It is rare for us to walk into a courtroom at 9 p.m. to file a matter and be heard at that particular point. So there is value in that and understanding the suitability of those processes and even in the ease in the procedure and the ability of the justice seekers to be able to pay if payment is necessary in whatever form they choose. So if it is in chickens, they will deliver a hen or a cock, or a muhogo, things that are very accessible to them, whereas when you come to the court, then you must transact in the currency that is recognized by government, legal currency. So that would be something for us to consider when you're looking at the 90%. Thank you very much, my lord.
Thank you very much, Barbara. Without running into the risk of summarizing what last year, I just want to point out one or two takeaways, especially in the presence of the Solicitor General, so that he goes to his office. One, domesticating the Singapore Convention. This is the SG. Two, having the new rules, they should be amenable and user-friendly. And then publicizing ADR policy, which is already in place. I think that's the first. And for IDLO, training. That brings us to the end of this session, and can we put our hands together for the presenters? I thank you so much, and that's the close of this discussion.
My Lord Justice Helen Obura, you're warmly welcome.
This is a very large panel, I think so far the largest, but don't be scared. We promise to keep the time, and to kick off our discussion this evening, I invite Justice Anna to give us an overview of ADR in commercial justice. Please, my Lord.
Thank you, my Lord Chair. Good afternoon, my Lord, the Honorable PJ. All protocol observed. I had prepared a PowerPoint for this topic, which I forwarded to the JTI, and I'm sure they will share it with the other judges. So all I'll do is summarize the overview, an overview of ADR in commercial justice. Commercial justice basically is the fair, efficient, and effective resolution of disputes arising from commerce, business, and trade. ADR is employed in commercial justice through mediation and arbitration. Mediation is where we bring the parties together to discuss their interests with a view of reaching an amicable settlement. Arbitration, the commercial court gets involved when it comes to setting aside arbitration awards, enforcement of arbitral awards, or issuance of interim measures. We actually don't do the arbitration itself. The role of ADR in commercial justice leads to reduced backlog, party autonomy, confidentiality, judicial efficiency, and faster resolution of disputes because of the less formal procedures. At the commercial court, we have 16 mediators. 8 of us are the judges ourselves, and the 8 others are retired judges and distinguished members of society. Out of those 8, we can say about 5 are very active. We managed to refer over 1,000 cases for mediation in the last year, but we noted that the disposal rate was small, but this is basically because we have few active mediators. We need mediators who are 100% committed to mediation only. And of course the training that has been talked about for mediators as well as the lawyers and the litigants. At the commercial court, we have integrated ADR at the pre-trial stages, scheduling conference stage, and also during the trial. Now, with enhanced ADR in commercial justice, we are likely to see an improvement in the business and investment climate. We are likely to see integration of best practices in our laws and in our policies. We shall be able to see peaceful and efficient dispute resolution and confidence in the legal and judicial system. And just before my minutes are up, I would also want to mention that ADR will, if employed properly in commercial justice, promotes judicial wellness by reducing overload, lowering emotional strain, improving professional satisfaction, and fostering a healthier justice ecosystem for all court judges. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, my Lord, for addressing this matter within the allocated time, and we hope that we'll get back to you later. But I would like to turn to my Lord Justice Linda. Labor dispute or labor justice is also closely related to commercial justice. So would you like to share what the impact of ADR in labor dispute resolution is as you head that court?
Thank you, my Lord Chair. In the interest of time, I would like to describe a labor contract. Unlike ordinary commercial contracts where the principles of freedom of contract apply absolutely, employment contracts relate to regulation of employment, which is an unequal relationship. That is, there is an imbalance of power, with the employer having more power than the employee. And as a result, such labor disputes are very complicated. However, ADR, in our view, we think ADR is an opportunity, a mechanism through which we can preserve employment relationships. Labor disputes impact on commercial entities because where there is disharmony at the workplace, this can escalate in lockouts and strikes, which can cause destruction and disrupt and, of course, reduce the productivity, reduce income, which impacts on economic development. So ADR, in our view, is an important mechanism that can preserve employment relationships, and it can reduce case backlog, because if we started resolving labor disputes at the point of at the workplace, starting with the human resource officer, that those matters will not actually escalate to the court. If we go to the labor office, which is the first point of instance, and for matters that come to the industrial court, and we train the labor officers actually undertake effective conciliation and mediation, which, by the way, they're empowered to do under the law. We think that many of the cases would be resolved at that level, and we have fewer cases being referred to the court. So in my view, in our view, we think that, I believe that ADR is an important mechanism to preserve employment relationships. It would reduce case backlog. It would enable peaceful resolution between disputes between unequal powers, that is unequal parties, that is the employer and the employee, and it would create resulting in industrial harmony, which is very important to commerce in this country, but also to economic development, and has an impact on commercial justice. So these outcomes of dispute resolution at that level align very well in commercial justice administration. However, there are challenges. Of course, there are challenges in that there is limited capacity in ADR, in labor dispute resolution, whereas the law provides that the labor officers should conciliate and mediate as the first responders of labor disputes. It is not standardized. There are no mechanisms that have been put in, formal mechanisms that can guide on the mechanism for labor resolution. That notwithstanding, I believe that if we harmonize and emphasize and standardize and institutionalize ADR, we will be able to resolve as many disputes at that level and have fewer referred to the court, and that would reduce our case backlog, which is actually standing at very high numbers of over 3,000 cases to be handled by 2 judges.
Thank you. Could you briefly, in less than 1 minute, share the best practices that can be adopted to make ADR more effective in resolving labor disputes?
First and foremost, I think the most important, and I think other presenters talked about this earlier, is that we need to create a standard formula, standard mechanisms for ADR. We need to have standard procedures. Right now, in the case of labor disputes, they are unique. They are, you expect that, for instance, a workman in boots is able to access justice. The labor officer should be given skills that can enable them to negotiate and play the role of facilitating a negotiation between an employer and an employee at that point. So there should be mandatory conciliation at every time, at every point. Although I heard many of the participants talking about this not being very strict in terms of time, I think it is important that we have some strict guidelines on time management, because if you don't, then mediation and can take forever. We have to have, I think we can have also standard complaint forms that we can use for persons. Technology, let us integrate technology. I think in our reporting, we have not been capturing mediation as part of the reporting within our e-twins. We need to integrate technology both at the level of the judiciary, but also out there in the public. One other thing that I think is that we need to have proactive mediators. Let's train as many as possible. Let's not only focus on the judicial officers and case and persons in the court system. Let's look at training even human resource officers and all these other stakeholders that we talked about, human, religious leaders and the like. I believe that if we adopted this, and most importantly, if we also disseminated information about the advantages of ADR to the public. We have talked about lawyers fearing fearing the ADR, but do the public know the advantages so that they can feel that their lawyers are actually doing them a service when they carry out ADR and resolve their matters in ADR? Thank you,
my Lord. Thank you, my Lord. My Lord Justice Susan Abinyo, could you please share what the Commercial Division is doing in terms of early diversion of cases to ADR?
Thank you, my Lord Chair. A very good afternoon to you, my Lord Honorable PJ, my Lord Chief Justice Emeritus, my Lords and Your Worships, ladies and gentlemen. Taking into consideration the current legal framework, it's notable that mediation as one of the forms of ADR is not mandatory. However, the efforts by the court is intended to align with the international best practices. The transformation agenda that was championed by the retired Honorable Chief Justice Chigamoy, Alphonse Chigamoy Owindolo, revamped ADR mechanisms such as mediation with the creation of the ADR registry housed at the Commercial Court. I'll speak to early diversion of cases in the Commercial Division, and this takes into consideration the process that was introduced by Order 11A of the Civil Procedure Amendment Rules of 2019, which introduced the procedure of summons for directions. Now, summons for directions is a precursor to the scheduling conference that is conducted by the trial judge. The summons for directions is conducted before the registrars to curtail delays and at the pre-trial stages of cases. And the process entails the completion of pre-trial and all interlocutory matters within 45 days from the date of issuance of the summons for directions. And thereafter, the plaintiff shall file within 7 days, shall have the matter fixed within 7 days from the date of last compliance with the summons for directions to have the suit fixed for a scheduling conference. Now, the scheduling conference is where the early diversion cases are done by the trial judicial officer, and this is provided under Order 12 of the Civil Procedure Rules as amended. This procedure enables the court to sort out points of agreement and disagreement, and the possibility of mediation, arbitration, and any other form of settlement agreeable to the parties. In this regard, as you all are aware, that as a judicial officer, you must know the case before you. In other words, you must read the pleadings and know the case before you. So as you do this, and you get cases that have suits that have agreements with arbitration clauses which are clear and unambiguous, these matters are normally referred for arbitration. And this can be by agreement of the parties or a ruling delivered by the trial judge, and consequently the suit is dismissed. The other provision for early diversion is that the commercial division has developed a template for scheduling proceedings, and one of the questions that is in that template is whether ADR is possible and the kind of ADR that is preferred by the parties. It could be mediation, it could be arbitration, or it could be negotiation. The other area that we encourage early diversion of cases is in negotiation, and this is mainly encouraging cases that do not involve issuance of summons for directions. And these are in summary suits, which leads to consent judgments, where the parties have entered into a consent on agreeable terms. Lastly, the court also issued a memorandum to the court users, and this is still taking into consideration that mediation is not mandatory. The court issued a directive, a memorandum, that once a case is filed, it should be filed with mediation summary notes. And to ensure that compliance is made, the case is not allocated to the trial judge by the registrar. And this has seen parties concede to the seamless process of mediation, which is conducted every Thursday of the week and a fortnight in every quarter. Notably, the parties are also free to settle their disputes anytime before judgment is delivered. Thank you, my Lord.
Thank you, my Lord. My Lord Patience, how do you identify the cases most suitable for ADR in the commercial division?
Thank you very much, my Lord Chair. Good afternoon, my Lord, the Honorable PJ, my Lord, the CJ Emeritus, my Lord, the Executive Director, JTI, my Lord, the worships, good afternoon to you all. The question that you've asked, my Lord, is one of those areas, if you're going to succeed, that you must pay attention to. Proper identification is a critical success factor if we are going to make significant progress and live in registering success in the ADR. But I'll focus, as the Chair has asked, on the commercial division. What is our intervention in terms of identification, and how do we get to know that these are the cases that we must forward for ADR? I will start with arbitration. Arbitration is one of those areas that can reduce a backlog in the commercial court. And how do we do this? First of all, when you're making your preparations or going through the scheduling conference, if you notice that there is a dispute that is arising from a contract that has a very clear arbitration clause, then it is incumbent upon you as a judicial officer to know that this is a matter that should be handled under mediation. And that is in line with the principle of party autonomy. Because if the parties have indeed agreed that any dispute that will arise from a contract should be forwarded to mediation, then we as the courts should be able to support the parties to resolve the issues through mediation, because, arbitration, because it does have a benefit to that effect. But it should also be cognizant of the fact that the Arbitration and Conciliation Act indeed does limit our intervention. And I refer you to Section 9 of the Arbitration and the Conciliation Act that provides that, except as otherwise provided by the Act, no court shall intervene in the matters governed by the Act. So it is very clear that the role of court in arbitration matters is very limited. And my lords have mentioned the areas where we as a commercial court do have an intervention. That is mainly the interim measures of protection or registration of the wards or setting aside the wards. But other than that, we are supposed to enhance and make sure that the party autonomy principle is indeed respected and that the parties are sent to arbitration. And at the commercial court, we have taken that position that we must support the parties to go for arbitration. And we have seen significant results. You would ask me how. We are seeing a number of awards that are being registered to court to be able to recognize either for recognition or for enforcement. And these are mainly coming from ICAMEC and Praxis, that is headed by His Lordship, the CJ Emeritus. A few, KEDA had a number of significant challenges, so it's just the two that we are seeing that are having awards being registered. But we are very happy because then that is significant progress that shows that parties are now willing to still embrace arbitration as opposed to having their disputes resolved through the mainstream court processes. So we as the commercial court do support that, and we'll make sure that indeed the parties go for arbitration as they intended to. So moving on to mediation, and that is where the crux we are involved in as mediators. As you've heard, all the judicial officers at the commercial court are also involved in the mediation. Cases at the commercial court are in clusters. So we have 10 clusters, and these are mainly around the subject areas. Through experience, we have seen that the cases that are most suitable for mediation, where success is being registered, are cases arising from the banks and the loans and the credits. This is because many of the disputes around that, there is already a very clear loan facility agreement. So the issues that arise therein relate to the amount that is payable. And this normally requires a lot of reconciliation, understanding of the account statements, or issues relating to the interest that is chargeable. Now, my lords, those are areas that are not very complex. So in a setting of mediation, the parties are able to resolve that. When you look at an issue like the rate of interest, we have precedents that have been set by the courts. But we also know that once the parties are able to discuss and see what rate is reasonable in the circumstances, those are areas through evaluative mediation or even facilitative, the parties indeed can agree to the same. We also have cases arising from trade. The trade areas, normally that is a breach of contract, a number of them arising from landlord-tenant relationships, where the parties do have a relationship that needs to be recognized, and through mediation, we're also seeing that those are cases that are very ideal for settlement and mediation. I will also talk about insolvency. Those are also cases that are ideal for mediation, because one of the parties is always willing, but they just do not have the means. So within a mediation setup, if one of the parties is willing to give them additional time on when they can make the payments, that as well is a case that is suitable for a mediation. And lastly, cases arising from intellectual property. The issues that are therein is normally about the quantum of damages. That as well is an area that can be mediated successfully. So in brief, my lords, what we have seen, all the cases within the commercial framework, really, they are ideal for mediation. And with the new processes that we have put in place, or the initiative where when you're filing a case, you must file the mediation summaries. And that is the early diversion that we are now introducing, so that we are able to scan through all these cases and be able to divert them to mediation before they can be handled by the mainstream judicial officers. And with those initiatives in place, my Lord PJ, we are sure that backlog will be reduced to some extent, and that is a focus as well that will contribute towards our judicial wellness. I thank you, my Lord.
Thank you, my Lord. Our next panelist, Honorable Lady Justice Melody Ginamia. I request that we keep the time so that we don't overshoot our time. So how has the leadership of the Commercial Court Bill support towards a seamless blend between ADR and the formal court process.
Thank you, my Lord Chair. Good afternoon, Honorable PJ, Honorable CJ Emeritus, Justice Hauka. I stand on the existing protocols. In response to the question, I'd like to point out from the onset that formal court processes are good in terms of dispute resolution. However, when it comes to ADR, it's even better because of how ADR promotes efficiency and effectiveness in the resolution of disputes. We must, however, note that these two mechanisms of dispute resolution are independent of each other. And that's where the leadership at the Commercial Court came in to try and create a seamless blend between the two mechanisms. So what the Commercial Court leadership did in this instance is to put in place a complementary system where these two mechanisms coexist and mutually reinforce each other. And this has been done at two levels. Firstly, it's at the filing stage, where litigants or disputants are encouraged to file mediation summaries alongside their pleadings. And this, in essence, also assists those at the registry to basically identify cases that are suitable for mediation. The second level, where we've had this complementary system, is at that pre-trial stage, where before the trial judge gets to hear this matter, the matter is forwarded to a mediator who is supposed to mediate it, and we have a timeline of about 60 days. So in that period, if the mediation succeeds, then the suit is dissolved at that particular moment. And then if it is not successful, that is when it is forwarded to a trial judge, and in that instance, the trial judge takes charge and schedules the matter for hearing. However, this does not mean that the parties are precluded from settling the matter amicably, since they can still have the matter referred back for further mediation, or they can enter a consent judge before the trial judge. Thank you.
Thank you so much. ADR is one of the mechanisms of fighting case backlog. However, if it is not well managed in terms of setting realistic timelines, it can instead lead to more backlog. Justice Susanna Odongo, could you please share with us how the Commercial Court is handling this issue of setting realistic timelines for ADR completion to avoid ADR backlog?
Thank you, my Lord Session Chair. Good afternoon, the Honorable PJ. Good afternoon, CJ Emeritus. Good afternoon, my Lords and your worships. In answering this question, we should have the foundational premise, which is that ADR should by itself be a facilitative mechanism by which justice is attained, and it should not be a detour from it. Well, when we look at ADR, we are looking at the various forms of ADR that have already been set out by my lords on the panel, and you'll find that the critical player in relation to time is the neutral. That is the arbitrator, mediator, conciliator, basically the facilitator of the entire process. And as a neutral, you are the custodian of time in the entire process from commencement until finality. Whether the parties settle the matter or not, you are the custodian of time. And it behoves the neutral to ensure that the entire process is handled within realistic timelines, to ensure that the ADR meets the goals and purposes for which it was started. So how is time set? And we can really see that there are agreed means by which time can be set. It can be set by statute. We see that in the judicature mediation rules, where mediation is allocated a time of 60 days from commencement until completion. Time can as well be set by the parties in an agreement. That's commonly in arbitration, where parties stipulate the clear timelines within which their matter shall be resolved. And time can as well be set by the neutral themselves. So time allocation can be flexible, especially in matters where you find that it's a bit complex, or where in the anticipation of the neutral, the parties are likely to arrive at a settlement. A neutral can adjust time, and rather than, say, in mediation, stick to the 60-day period, they could adjust and give an extra 30 days, which in my view is a realistic timeline. So what are the practical ways to use time to avoid backlog? This is not an exhaustive list, but you could look at setting schedules from the onset, in that the parties clearly know what they are supposed to do at which stage. And then you could task the parties to provide periodical updates on the steps they have taken since your last meeting, and basically avoid unnecessary adjournments. A neutral could as well use court prescribed timelines in ADR as well. And most importantly, a neutral should be alive to the fact that parties might not settle, and they should immediately refer the matter back to the judge for litigation. That is all I can say. Thank you, Session Chair.
Thank you, my Lord. One of the critical areas that attention need to be paid to is the area of monitoring, reporting, and oversight. Justice Thomas Ochaya, how has the Commercial Court been handling this issue of monitoring, reporting, and oversight of referred cases?
Thank you very much, my Lord Chair. Honorable PJ, Head JTI, my Lord Chief Justice Emeritus. The Commercial Court, first of all, I'll start off by saying I've intentionally come in at the point of monitoring and evaluation. If you realize, all the others have dealt with the different aspects of how mediation is carried out. Now, at this point, we're looking at what is it, how do we weigh, how do we gauge what we've done, how successful have we been in achieving the mediation or alternative dispute resolution. The catchphrase in this is judicial grip on the process. As the judiciary or as a judicial officer, how have you managed to grip the process of alternative dispute resolution? How are you monitoring the mediation process that is either under you or being conducted by you? First and foremost is, at what point has the mediation taken off? Is it at the point of inception, the filing of the suit? Is it at the point of submission? Scheduling, or even at the point of hearing. The judge, the judicial officer, can refer a matter to mediation, and at that point, the mediation will have taken off. At that point, the actual suit that is pending is stayed to allow mediation take place. So you allow mediation, if it's a 60-day period, you send it to mediation and adjourn the matter for a period for the parties to come and report back to court as to what has transpired in the mediation. Now this will be consistent, this consistent adjournment will be allowing the mediation process to go ahead while you're monitoring the hearing of the main suit or the suit from which the mediation matter arose would have been stayed pending the outcome. You have about 4 possible outcomes in mediation. It can be successful, it can be partially successful, it can be unsuccessful, you can have a failed mediation. So when you have a successful one, the issues are all resolved. Partial, some of the issues are resolved. when you've got an unsuccessful mediation is the parties have been engaged in the mediation, but they have actually just failed to resolve the dispute in the mediation. And normally when you're mediating such an issue, you tell the parties you can go back to court, but don't close the door for mediation in that process. And there are results that come out of that. When people go back to litigation, there are results that come out of it. Then you have the failed mediations. This is where the parties just do not come to mediation. So we gauge ourselves in that aspect of what has been the outcome of the mediation. Another way of gauging is at the end of the mediation, the person who concludes the mediation, whether it is a judge as a mediator or a court-appointed mediator, both parties have to sign off. The trial judge before whom the mediation, before whom the head suit is, signs off after the mediation has signed off, especially where there's a successful mediation. So you bring now the final closing of, it helps to monitor the mediation is closed. As a result, the head suit is also closed. This helps in monitoring the success of the mediation or the processes that are involved in the mediation. At the commercial court, we have weekly filings. You must make a return every week, every Friday, concerning what has been achieved in that week concerning mediation and basically hearings. Every Thursday, we have mediation hearing dates. And once every month, the first week of every month, we have a session of the judges to review the mediation as well as other issues that may have arisen during the period of that month. So what we have, you've heard, we've got referrals from the last meeting we held about review of mediation, alternative dispute resolution. We've had 1,000 referrals from the commercial court. Of these 1,000 referrals, we have been given a quota of 810 mediations that we must conclude in a year. Now, the 810 mediations comes, if we were to divide it among the 16 or so mediators, there comes to about 4 successful mediations per month. That is a target. Now, these are statistics that we have to give back, and this is part of the monitoring evaluation that we keep giving back to the parties. Now, basically, that is how the monitoring and the evaluation of the mediation is handled in the division. It spirals upwards because we report to the principal judge on a quarterly basis as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my lord. Your Worship, Jessica Chemeri, could you please highlight the role of a strong registry in supporting ADR in the administration of commercial justice?
Thank you very much, Chair. Distinguished members here this evening. I stand on the protocol that was laid out earlier. Good evening to you all. I want to invite your attention to something that we often overlook as we discuss all issues pertaining ADR and commercial justice, and that is where we would otherwise quietly struggle, and that is the registry. It is a discussion about institutional strength as a driver for justice. We've had discussions about commercial disputes and how they are time sensitive, how they have economic consequences, and they often involve relationships that must survive beyond the courtroom. ADR, we've also discussed response to this reality by offering the momentum, the flexibility, and the economic sense. But ADR does not operate in a vacuum. It operates within systems, and the systems are only as strong as the institutions that support them. And the institution, in this case, is the registry. So, in brief, strong registry equals strong justice. a strong registry is what transforms ADR from a good idea into a working justice system. Now, you've had their lordships sharing about one of the reforms that we introduced at the commercial division, and that is the registration of mediation causes at the time of registration of a suit. All this was from a benchmarking that we conducted at the family division. The head of the division and myself visited the head of the division at the head of family division, and this is one of the ideas that we got from there, and that was that referral at the earliest, or filing of case of mediation causes at the earliest, in order to incorporate or integrate mediation as early as possible. And one of course, the main question was, how are you doing it? How are you doing it? And we got quite a number of ideas. And so the issue is, how do we strengthen the registry? How do we strengthen the registry? One is recognizing its importance. Really, it's the melting point. That is where cases move. That's where timelines are protected. That is where really ADR will work or will fail. That is where generally everything begins. The sieving, the organizing, and that coordination between the mediators and the judges. That is where everything happened.
My Lord PJ, as you could hear from the panelists, I think your teams at the commercial court and industrial court are ready to take on this ADR, and I'm glad that they have shared their experiences and best practices, which I hope even other courts will be able to adopt. I now wish to open up the discussion to the plenary and invite only 2 questions, if you could.
Thank you, my Lord. Mine is a contribution. Wanted to add something on the formal procedures alongside, being applied alongside ADR. It is very crucial because some issues may be solved while others are not. There may be 4 issues to be solved and 2 are solved. So the rest of the issues have to proceed for formal procedure. So you cannot do away with the formal process. Then I also have contribution on monitoring and oversight. In my experience as a registrar, there's need for sensitization and training, but also for the judges to be in control of their cases. Because we have seen agreements being taken before registrars and they sign a settlement. For example, let me give you an example. In one of the terms agreed on by the parties was that the plaintiff who had lodged a caveat, the caveator, eventually brought a case, and they settled that they had him as one of the administrators because the certificate of no objection had already been issued, but he still ordered a caveat that challenging those proposed administrators. So they settled that they had him as one of the administrators, and that settlement was produced before a registrar, and the registrar signed that the third party be added. So 1 month, 2 months, 3 months down the road, nothing was done, meaning that the registrar definitely had no jurisdiction to issue letters of administration. So the other party brought an application saying that nothing is, the settlement is not being enforced. But remember, it was not produced before the judge. the judge is the one with the jurisdiction to issue letters of administration. So once a settlement is produced before the wrong judicial officer, then it will be a failed ADR. Settlement should be produced before the judge who is in the conduct of the case, not the registrar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I think that is a pointer to the fact that the registry should be alert and ensure that the matters are handled by the right judicial officers who have jurisdiction over it. Thank you. One more.
Thank you very much. There is a provision of the law that should be embraced by the judiciary in resolving matters. It is akin to ADR, but I've not heard anyone talk about it, and it is very good and fast. Sections 26 and 27 of the Judicature Act provide for reference of matters to referees, where a complex matter, for instance, of figures in complex disputes, if it is a question of figures and calculations which you as a judge may not have the capacity to handle, you can refer that matter to an expert referee, an auditor or accountant, who then will give his decision, which the court can adopt for just that part. That is section 26. Then 27 actually allows you to refer a matter completely to a referee whose decision will be adopted as a judgment of the court. Now, these referees are very important because they are specialized people. It is difficult for a judicial officer to sit in a dispute where two engineers are conflicting over a construction agreement. Why wouldn't such a matter be referred to the engineers registration board to appoint a referee whose decision will be final? That also goes even to accountants and auditors. Matters can be referred to them and completed there. Or even in land matters, surveyors, who are the originators of land disputes. They can actually be able to give expert opinion and conclude matters. I think that this is a very important aspect of quasi-ADR to be looked at. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll request Justice Anna to say something about it, and probably if Justice Lillian also would like to supplement.
Thank you, my Lord Chair. Thank you, Justice Musisi, for that contribution. I just wanted to add that at the commercial court, we do a lot of referrals. We do a lot of referrals to auditors, accountants, quantity surveyors, especially in construction contracts. So it is something that we have been practicing, but maybe we need to improve and make use of those referees more often. Thank you, my Lord.
Thank you. Justice Lillian.
Thank you, my Lord. No protocol observed. In the labor dispute resolution, the labor officer has leeway to actually refer matters to referees. So he or she can appoint a conciliator. And in some cases where there are like employment disputes relating to scenarios such as what his Lordship Justice Mike has raised, like engineers, construction, they may appoint conciliators who would then handle the mediation at that point. But then at the end of the day, they still take charge of it. If the mediation has failed, then they can refer it to the industrial court now for adjudication.
Thank you. My Lord PJ, my lords, all protocols observed. I wish to thank all of you for your patience. This presentation came at a time when people are so tired, but I want to thank you that you are patient enough to listen and also participate. Thank you. May the Lord bless all of you. Thank you.
A befitting round of applause to the chair and the panel. Thank you so much, my lords. My lords, I want to thank you so much for the day, and I invite you to clap the Lord that has blessed us to be able to pull it off.